disappointment. Now the vice president often tell me, since he got a seat as vice president, how many persons have I recommended in this government to serve in the government as presidential appointee? Zero. Every appointment in Nima County was done by him. He and I would discuss something as a brother. To implement it, you will bypass me and do different things. I better keep it. I don't talk on it.
Now you need to see us. The thing we saw, it frustrate us. So why can't you lie? Why can't you steal? Why can't you allow the citizens to be? You see, we just tell you that why we voted you. But you fool us, you screw us, you use us and later on abuse us. So why? The government should lie. Why? But that's the question that we ask.
The good person in our whole United Party that President Bouaka. You want to say that again? The only person that appreciate good among all the United Party for that President Bouaka. The rest are ungrateful. The right, they use you and dumb you. But President Bouaka, if all of them were thinking the President Bouaka and behaving the President Bouaka, United Party will have another chance in 2029. Just for now, they do not regard people that help them.
Of our soldiers were executed on this party ground. 2 at the back and 1 right at the headquarters. The man who shot and killed our people today is a darling boy in the Liberia National Police. They brought him back to shoot more guns. Get ready to shoot. Because we challenge the status quo appropriately.
Inform them the violence or any student because of their action. It will be the day the entire Garguah administration will cut down. We will massively violate the students in this country and will shut down the Garguah administration. They care that happen. We have the capability to do so. And if they think this renovation project is a joke, let them try. The fall of the Garguah administration begin with this. If they think they will temper on any student in this country or at the university of Liberia and work away in infinity, while our children saving opponents and logic in the Western world, while we are subjected to agile power and bad learning conditions here, and the thing will say.
In the first 100 days, no car will get stuck on the major road in this country.
We want to still welcome this afternoon, this morning, this evening, depending where you're watching from. This is the Closing Argument Show, and we're live. We're live on 96.1 FM, and we're also live on Freedom 87.9 FM. We are live on Kia Radio, Mysore Radio, and all other affiliate radio stations that are relaying this show tonight. This is a special edition of the Closing Argument, and we want to welcome my name is Anthony Down, and I'm here with Mr. Sylvester Pewee. Mr. Sylvester Pewee, and like you've heard, tonight is going to be on past dates edition. Mr. Jerome Gayman is also going to be on in a jiffy. Junkie Morris of Freedom FM is going to be on also in a jiffy. Abraham Toure is also going to be coming on in a jiffy.
Hello?
No, there's no sound from your end. I'm not getting anything. Can you hear me? There's no sound. I don't know. Yeah. Yes. Hello. Can you hear me? Yes. I'm not. Peabody, can you hear me?
Hey, you can hear me?
Okay. Yeah, I can hear you now. Yeah, it's good. It's good,
Yeah.
Anthony.
I can hear you.
Thank you so kindly, Anthony. It's good to be here tonight. Welcome, Dr. Peabody. We look forward to receiving Mr. Gayman soon and the rest of the folks. I think we have, for some reason today, I will take over the show because we have a special guest tonight, the political leader of the ANC, Mr. Arizona Comey, is going to be a very special guest for the closing argument tonight. And we look forward to having a very interactive section with Mr. Cummings. Mr. Cummings is a very rounded political figure in Liberia, a very consummated public servant, a career of 7 that then very successful. The war is over, and the rest of that. He participated in past,
salmon is fed synthetic dye.
Can we mute, please? The past elections. So Mr. Cummings is going to be a special guest for us tonight, and we will hold Mr. Cummings for like an hour, a little over an hour and a half, hour 45 minutes, close to 2 hours thereabout. It's going to be something special. We're going to focus on basic national issues, burning national issues currently unfolding in Liberia. And we will briefly ask Mr. Cummings about his perspective about issues that are unfolding in the country. And this is the political time we find ourselves in the Republic, and what some of his plans for Liberia moving forward. Without much ado, we quickly move to bring in Mr. Cummings, and then we're going to kick the discussion. But before we can bring in Mr. Cummings quickly, we're going to just start a brief line of how the engagement process is going to go tonight. Basically, we require all of our panelists to be very, very much respectful to our honorable guests. And we request that you be decorous, and you have to be time sensitive in times, because we want to allow Mr. Cummings to have most of the time, so that he would elaborately discuss some of the points, the questions that are going to come from you, and points from you, and the rest of that. So we will want to hold you with the time issue, so that collectively we can engage this show and enjoy. Can we fix
Pewee, I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now, Mr. Cummings? Mr. Cummings, can you hear? Mr. Cummings, can you hear me now?
I'm not hearing you guys.
But I'm hearing you, Mr. Cummings. I'm hearing you. Can you hear me now?
May have to go out and come back in.
Yes, I can get Dr. Peabody. Pewee, can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you. Yes, I hear you.
Now?
Yeah, he need to go out and come back in. You have to go out. Can we put that in the chat? Let's put that in the private chat. Maybe you can see it.
I'm getting feedback. So Yeah. So basically, before we can I'm getting the feedback. Can we
I
mute a
think,
little
but
bit? See?
let's mute, please.
Yes. Thank you. Before Mr. Cummings can, and then we can get Mr. Cummings back, he'll soon be here. So I was just trying to set the basic rules for the show tonight. Can we mute, please? I don't know. The basic rule for the show tonight, so that we will give our guests an upper time to handle most of the questions that will be concerns that are basically going to be coming out from us, the panelists, so that we give in a bit more calm and decorous throughout the show. We will not tolerate any level of disrespect or any iota of disrespect coming out of any panelists or those that were even called to our special guest tonight. As a matter of information, Mr. Alexander Cummings is a political leader of the ANC, and he's a consummate public servant that have committed himself in building a very successful career that worth emanating, basically. He's one of those that contested in the past election and still see and vision Liberia to be one of the area that he believes that with his own role in the future to move the country forward. So without much ado, I'm pleased, Mr. Cummings, to basically welcome you to the closing argument, and say we want to, on behalf of the entire team, welcome you tonight on the show. But before we can, yes, let me welcome you first, and please go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Pewee. Great to be back on closing argument. It's been quite a while since I've been on, but it's my pleasure indeed to have a conversation with all of you tonight, and hopefully we'll get some calls from your listening audience as well. So good evening to our folks in Liberia. Good afternoon to those in the U.S. Again, looking forward to a wonderful conversation.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Cummings, and we also want to say a wonderful good evening to you. And before we can move on, Mr. Cummings, the panelists we are set tonight. Before we can move on, basically, I just want you to tell us how is Mrs. Cummings and the family, and we just want to first and foremost, before going into politics, family is all that we have. It's very critical and important. We just, how is Mrs. Cummings and how's the family doing?
Yeah, no, thanks for starting there, Sylvester. Teresa is fine. Very blessed. Both of us are in good health. I often say that without good health, nothing matters. With good health, you can manage anything, right? And so we're in good health. Our kids, Ayo, Boyka, both are fine. Grandkids are all doing well. So we thank God we're blessed in multiple and many ways, primarily with good health. So thanks for asking. But everybody as well. Teresa is fine. And looking forward to this conversation.
Thank you, sir. And good to hear that everyone is doing well, and that is very great. Mr. Cummings, I know you're following the national issue currently unfolding in the country. Are you currently, because there's a lot of news coming out of Liberia, a lot more, and I was just looking via the internet, again, following a very close story that I got some interest in terms of national, but we'll get that later in terms of national security and all those things about a strange boat that was somewhere around our territorial waters. But again, unfortunately, even the Coast Guard don't have the necessary equipment. But we're going to get that later on. But are you basically pleased with the current state of affairs of the Republic? Almost $1 billion worth of drugs. A lot of folks within the national security apparatus, in the police, very high-ranking police officer close to the chief of police are linked to this issue. People from the deputy chief of NSA linked to this issue. Are you really pleased with the current state of affairs of the Republic?
Sylvester, I don't think anybody can be happy with the state of affairs of our country. I don't think even the UP government, I'd be surprised if President Boyka says he's happy with the affairs of the country. For all the reasons you suggest, Liberia is going the wrong direction. And starting with this drug issue, yeah? There are two parts to this drug issue. There's what I call the narco trafficking part of it, where Liberia is being used as a transit point for drugs coming in, presumably from Latin America through Liberia, repackaged and then shipped elsewhere, Europe or wherever else it goes, Asia, don't know. So that's one part of it. And then there's a domestic drug issue that's impacting our young people, the hopelessness of the country and our young people taking drugs. And so this is just one example of why, I believe Liberia is going the wrong direction. The challenges of joblessness, corruption. I mean, the list goes on and on, the lack of institutions. The reason why you got Liberia becoming a narco state, if it's not already one, is because of this corruption. People can be bribed, right? Senior people in government, presumably, are involved in this. So I don't know if anybody on this panel or anybody in our country who's well-meaning, who's objective, who's balanced, can say they're happy with what's happening in our country today.
By any chance, Mr. Cummings, are you disappointed in the way the president is steering the affairs of the country vis-a-vis relative to national security? Because there's a lot of things unfolding currently in the Republic. We see the president reluctantly fire low-level employees of certain entity that even those he appointed should have immediately moved to dismiss. Are you a little concerned that the president is not doing too much to battle this drug situation?
I mean, it's clear that he's not, and it's unfortunate. I know the president, he's a friend, but if you look at, what's happening in Liberia, even his independence address, right? I don't think he mentioned this issue around drugs, right? The fact that, as you suggest, he had to fire low-level people, that's what the Inspector General of Police should have been doing, and all the various people in the security apparatus, that's their job for doing that, right? So it's very clear that the leadership necessary, the direction necessary, the decisions necessary to get us out of this morass is not happening today. And so I think our president has an opportunity to move this in a different direction for the betterment of Liberia and for his legacy. I think it's in his interest to seize control of the situation to move our country forward.
Oh, great. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we have tonight Mr. Alexander Cummings. Mr. Cummings is a consummate public servant, a very dedicated, well-rounded public servant that's been very successful in corporate America. He's back home in Liberia, contributing from all spheres of different activities, both politically and from some land. He's a philanthropic, as some will say, right? But today we have him to discuss some very important national issues unfolding in Liberia. So, Mr. Cummings, I will now open the platform to the rest of the panelists. And the panelists, I would suggest the point here is that because of time, Mr. Cummings is going to be off around an hour 30 to hour 45 minutes. So we'll be a little time cautious here. So I will start with you, Dr. Peabody. So that you open now. Mr. Cummings will be open to statements or caution. If you want to go a comment, a commendation, or caution, you'll be open to any of them. I will start with that.
Mr. Cummings, always good to see you. Good to see you again.
Good to see you, Doc. Been a while.
Yeah, definitely. But always good to connect, and thank you for coming and closing the argument. My question here, how many questions we got, Sylvester? 1 or 2?
So basically, you have 2 minutes to ask a question. If you can ask 2 questions in 2 minutes, no problem.
Okay. My question here is, if you were president of Liberia, what will you do to address this drug situation?
Yeah, look, I believe, Henry, if I was president of Liberia, we wouldn't have this drug situation. Liberia would be viewed as a state, as a country that is intolerant of these kinds of behaviors. The people we would have in leadership roles, in government, in the security apparatus, would be people that would be well vetted, would not be susceptible to the sort of bribery and corruption that has caused Liberia to be in this sort of drug situation. The hopelessness that exists in our country. As I mentioned earlier, there's the domestic drug challenge, where our young people feel hopeless, no jobs, no skills, and therefore become susceptible to this drug issue. We will be addressing those issues to reduce what I call the demand for drugs domestically. And then the narco state, the Liberia becoming a transit point for drug trafficking, that wouldn't exist either. Our institutions would be strengthened. We'd have the right people. They would be appropriately resourced. They would know that if they got involved in this sort of behavior, they will not just be fired, but they will be prosecuted. There will be consequences for their behaviors. So you set the tone from the top. You set the direction from the top. The world will know that we are going to be intolerant of this kind of behavior. We will be working with our neighboring countries to also ensure that drugs are not coming through our borders. We'll make sure the equipment we need to protect our people, our borders are in place. So it will be a very different situation, a very different environment if we had the opportunity, the blessings, to lead our country. Henry, you're muted.
Have you made up your mind to contest the 2029 election?
I have. I think Henry, I announced it at our convention in Magibi in December that I will be contesting in 2029 for the presidency of Liberia. So the answer is yes. I've been at this now.
Will you interrupt that? Will you be a formidable force?
Well, that's the intent, right? That's the goal. That's the objective. I've been at this now for 10 years, right? Since 2016. We've learned a lot of lessons, gained a lot of experience. We understand the terrain. We understand the actors, the players. We understand the behaviors. So yes, Pewee, the plan is to be a different kind of candidate, a more formidable kind of candidate. And of course, you don't enter any race not to win. And the objective is to do what it takes to get the result that we want and that the country needs.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Peabody. Quickly, because we run out of time, that's why I didn't have the time initially. So let me welcome our fellow panelists on the show, Mr. Garguah Jr. and that of Mr. J. Victor Nagbe. Mr. Nagbe, Mr. Garguah, and Mr. Ibrahim Toure, welcome to the show. So just because of time, we're trying to lock in all of this and make use of all of the seconds moving forward to this show. But I'll quickly move on to Mr. Toure. Mr. Toure, it's your time to engage with Mr. Cummings, please.
Good evening, sir. It's an honor to have you here. I've heard a lot about you, and and I say thanks for being one of the guys who set the stage of competition in Liberia. I got a couple of questions to ask. I might just ask the questions, then you answer if the ones you remember, versus me waiting to answer, and maybe I may not ask this question if that is okay with you, Mr. Sylvester.
Yeah, no, that's fine. And
yeah, what we do quickly, sorry, Mr. Cummings, what we do, Toure, is that you ask, we will have another round of questions. So I want you to, first and foremost, if the question is not that loaded, you can condense it and just ask it in 2 minutes. Okay. You can condense and ask in 2 minutes. That would be highly appreciated. Or if not, if it's loaded too much, then you can wait for the next round of questions.
So I wrote the questions because I didn't want to forget, because I think they're core to my heart. The number one question I want to ask Mr. Cummings is, you as a political leader of a political party have followers, you have people listening to you. I just want to know, what would a non-political unified national drug strategy look like across all administration, in spite of you being there or not? What would it look like as a, united force fighting drugs in Liberia? Another thing is, another question would be, what structural weaknesses at borders and ports continues to make Liberia vulnerable? And the last question would be, how will Liberia treat drug trafficking as a criminal issue, a national security threat, or both? Would it be treated as a criminal issue, national security threat, or both? I think those are the 3 questions I now want to ask.
Yeah, I mean, it would be both. I think all your questions, and by the way, do your friends call you Abraham, AB, Toure?
Yeah, I do AB, I do Abraham, yeah.
So you do all of the above?
Yeah.
So we'll call you AB. So all of your questions are related, right? And as I mentioned, the first thing we have to distinguish what I call our domestic drug challenges, and then the whole issue around us becoming a narco state, Mexico, Colombia, etc., unfortunately. So, and there's let me talk about the domestic piece first, but again, they're related. It's hard to distinguish the two. But there's what I call the demand for drugs and then the supply of drugs. supply of drugs really is only the government that can stop the supply of drugs from coming into Liberia. That means the Liberian Drug Enforcement Administration, the customs, all the security apparatus, the NSA need to be working in a coordinated fashion, working with our neighbors in the Mana River Union, in ECOWAS, etc., to make sure we're interdicting drugs, that drugs are not coming into our country. Those institutions need to be strengthened. They need to have the right people leading them, again, that are not susceptible to corruption, to bribes, etc. And coordinating with our neighboring countries, those things should be put in place so that drugs, the supply of drugs is not coming into Liberia. We are stopping, we're interdicting. And where it does come into the country, we are prosecuting those big hands, those hidden hands, not just the little guys. Because when people see consequences, that's the disincentive. And then the narco traders will go somewhere else to move their drugs through, and all the drugs will not enter our country. So that's on the supply side, if you will. On the demand side, that's the use of drugs. This is where I mentioned hopelessness of our young people, right? How do we rehabilitate those that are on drugs today? And how do we prevent others? And this is where both private citizens and they are helping today, churches and individuals have institutions to rehabilitate people. This is where the economy comes into play. You want to create jobs for our young people. You want to provide skills, vocational training. These pieces are all integrated. And so if you want to tackle drugs, you got to tackle this holistically, not in isolation. And again, it ties to the economy, to job creation, to education, to skills creation. It ties to health and rehabilitation of the drugs folks. So these are all interrelated pieces, and these are things you need to put in place as a country, as a nation, if you want to address this drug issue.
Mr. Nagbe?
Thank you, Mr. Pewee. Mr. Cummins, welcome to the show.
Thank you. And do they call you Victor or Nagbe?
You can go in, Victor, whatever you're okay with. A lot of your people are watching and they're telling us to behave ourselves.
But you always behave yourself, right?
Thank you. So I have two questions. One, I'm sure you know I work for the CPP. A lot of people us believe in that campaign. And your former chairman, Musa Azambelete, is on record for indicating that the results that you got were not representative of your performance. And a lot of us believe that. You challenged those results, but for about 2 weeks or so, I think you and Madam Beslow, I believe, and Dr. Kesel and others, I'd like you to tell us why you didn't pursue your challenge of those results. Two, I'll just give you two questions, then I'll let you. My second question is this. You came out and protested the previous government through the famous We Tire campaign. Is the ANC going to come out to protest this government? If not, why?
All right, thanks, Victor. Yeah, look, I don't know how helpful it is, and take this response in the right spirit, please, to relitigate the past. I also, and I've said this publicly, that the quote unquote 1% result was nonsense, right? And there are so many examples and reasons why that was the case. But at the end of the day, Victor, I didn't believe that challenging it would have changed the outcome, right? And so didn't want to waste time and resources to challenge a process where I believe then and I do now that it would not have changed anything, right? And we'd be spending a lot of time, resources, And so I decided it is what it is. We'll let it go and we'll focus on the future. I often say, Victor, that you can learn from the past, but you can't change the past, right? Even this conversation we're having, whatever was done a minute ago, 2 minutes ago, we can't change. We can learn from it, but we can impact now, this second, and the future. And that is my orientation. And so I want to learn from mistakes and many mistakes. If we have time, we can talk about those so that we will get a different outcome. But I focus on the present and the future and not on the past. But quick answer to your question, though, I didn't think it would change the result, the outcome. And so I didn't want to waste time and resources to and put the country through that drama. On quote unquote protest, yeah, look, and by the way, we did the retire protest. I'm not sure how successful it was.
Mr. Sita, please mute.
So there's some learnings there. But the way I think about this, and it's important, and I think I know you will understand, and others will, is that the focus for me now is on the government in power. The Unity Party government, President Boga was elected. He's now president of our country. He has the responsibility. He has the authority. He has the obligation to lead our country in the right way that will benefit all Liberians, not just a few people, not just his partisans. And so we make no apologies for being critical of their performance. And if it makes sense to rally Liberians around any subject or any topic, we will be involved in that. We will lead that effort. We will support that effort, whatever adjective you want to use. We wanted to be responsible initially to give them time, right? But now it's been, 2.5 years in this process. And, take this drug issue, for example, Victor. If we don't see improvements and changes and transparency and the big hands being prosecuted, that would be a basis for saying, look, let's rally civil society, let's rally young people, let's rally mothers to make a statement to let the government know that we're serious about the fact that we're looking for different and better leadership of our country.
Thank you, Mr. Kromah. Before we can, let me quickly welcome. I will welcome you quickly, Mr. Jackson Seaton. Mr. Jackson Seaton, welcome. We have Honorable Elizana Cummings as our special guest tonight. So, but I will come to you quickly in the JV. I will come to Anthony quickly before coming to you, Mr. Seaton. Mr. Cummings, I thought I don't want to slip on this issue. A lot of folks are concerned. It's a growing concern, going back to the macroeconomics in the country. There's a growing concern in the country currently about this situation of a lot of disillusionment that is unfolding in different quarters, particularly the University of Liberia. I'm told the Faculty Association, they are currently on the go slow for the issue of a lack of incentives and other things. The government, the Minister of Finance, according to information, being time to time committing this, and the Minister of Statement have not been coming through. Is there any growing concern? Because that's the only state-run university. And there's this problem that the professors, the Faculty Association on goes through the day only for a couple of days, now I'm told. And then the government is downplaying this. Is this very concerning? What approach with you? Because now that you announced that 2029 is coming up, what approach we have taken in terms of mitigating this long-term situation of the University of Liberia, time to time, the faculty, of the students, and the rest of that? I mean, it started from the time we at the university, even before that, and it's still unfolding. Currently there's ongoing go slow. The professors are not in the classroom, and the government is downplaying this.
Yeah, look, Pewee, this issue at university is just a symptom of the challenges our country faces in literally every sector. Whether you look at in healthcare, the health sector, you look at in the educational sector, you look at infrastructure, you look at governance, you look at lack of investment in agriculture. I mean, the list goes on and on and on and on and on. And we're not taking any systemic, we're not building our institutions. We're not funding our institution the right way. We keep doing the same thing over and over and over. I keep saying this, and this is, not an Alexander Cummings quote, right? It's an Albert Einstein quote that you keep doing the same thing over and over, you now get different results. And the University of Liberia, the go slow, is just symptomatic of our behavior as a country, right? We need to, if we're serious about education, we need to be investing in education. Let me talk a little bit about, and I encourage you and your listening audience to read our platform. We talk about the what we will do, we talk about the how we will do it, right? In education, we said, and this applies to every sector, that we're not going to try to fix everything, because when you try to do everything, you do nothing well. You do small here, small there, and you have no impact. Within education, we said we're going to focus on teachers training, teachers compensation, teachers every level, university, secondary school, every level, elementary school. Make sure you got the right teachers. Make sure you're paying them in the right salaries. And because they say garbage in, garbage out, if you don't have the right instruction, the right teachers, you're not going to improve the educational system, right? And you got to pay them well so they're not taking money to change grades and all the nonsense that happen in that system. Of course, to answer your question, there are other priorities in education, vocational training, etc. I'm trying to make this short. But with regards to the university, is our premier institution. We need to be investing in that institution, both in the physical infrastructure, in the instructional, in the teaching, in the professors, improving the quality of them. And again, making sure that the output that when people graduate from those institutions, University of Liberia, they are qualified, they're true university graduates, etc. So it is concerning, but it's just symptomatic of the multiple challenges we have in Liberia that don't seem to be being addressed, right? And again, you can point to almost every sector and you will have these challenges.
Thank you. Anthony? I'm Joseph, sorry.
Mr. Kromah, let me say thank you so much for being on the show. One, I don't know when the last time you saw the president that you guys had a conversation together. So if you were asked to give a recommendation to the president, what would you be recommending to him?
There are multiple areas where I would make recommendations to the president. I would start with this drug issue, that he needs to really personally take charge of this situation, really hold his people accountable, really make sure he's putting the resources necessary to fix the current situation and to prevent it from happening in the future, to ensure that there are consequences, that no matter who is involved, no matter how big or small they are, how close they are to him, he should set the example, right? But he has to seize this current situation. So that's one area where I will offer advice along the lines I just described. I will offer advice around the economy, around job creation, because that's an area that I understand fully well. And I think when you fix the economy, you start to fix many of the issues that our country is faced with today, right? And so we will give him advice in that area. But, at the end of the day, whatever personal advice I give President Boyka would be between he and I, right? You don't make public all the details of your conversation. But those are the areas where I will offer a point of view of our president. Again, the most current and pressing one is around this drug issue. But there are myriad of areas, and the economy will be the other one for sure, that will offer a perspective onto him.
Thank you. Thank you. Robert? Robert, are you there?
Robert's on his phone.
Robert seems to be off. Mr. Sidon? Are you also off?
No, I'm not off. I'm trying to unmute myself.
I was about to quickly move on.
Well, thank you very much for coming. I'm happy that you are on this show. We really appreciate you coming to articulate your views on your vision for Liberia. My question to you is this: they're in two folds. Number one, what is your level of cooperation and collaboration with other opposition political parties? And it's convoluted. This question is convoluted. What is your level of cooperation and collaboration? And are you willing to join, to form a coalition with a couple of political parties in which you will either be the standard bearer or not be the standard bearer? That's one. Two, you talk about education. I did a research recently, and my research tells me that from the 2023 census,
there were 1.8 million children under the age of 15. Out of that amount, a whopping over 500,000 of them are not in school. Now, what if you are elected to be the next president of Liberia? What will you do to improve primary education in Liberia? Because primary education is the key.
Thank you, Jackson. So on your first question around, collaboration, coalition, etc., if you look at the history of Liberian politics, you will know, and I know you know this, Jackson, that almost everybody who's come to state power, who have won the presidency, have had to collaborate in some way, shape, or form. Whether you go back to the Unity Party, Action Party getting together, the CDC was Congress for Democratic Change. They became coalition because they had to also collaborate. The last election, the UP also collaborated with other political parties. So it's obvious. Any sort of sound person would understand and know that collaboration, cooperation, coalition building is part of the process of getting state power. So we are very open to that. This is why we joined the CPP. We're very active in the CPP, as you know. Doing my chairmanship of the CPP, we actually did very well. We that's in 2020 we won senatorial seats. In fact, we won a majority, I believe, 70s, etc., etc. So, yes, we believe in collaboration, coordination, coalition building. We learn a lot of lessons from how you go about doing that. So the CPP taught us a lot of good and bad lessons, mostly bad lessons. So we'll do it differently. But certainly, we're looking forward to collaborating with other political parties and institutions. I said in my speech in Zwedru, as you know, I was invited to be the keynote speaker at a CCE convention in Zwedru recently. And I said, look, this is about Liberia, right? And I used the analogy, happy to be the driver or the cowboy, whatever it takes, because it's about our country. I also said, at the end of the day, the party will also decide, the ANC will have a role to play. I'm a part of the institution, if you will, and we will decide what role we want to play in this coalition and what role I play in that process. So I want to be consistent with that perspective that I've offered. But I'll also say that, as I said at the convention in Magiri, and as I said earlier to the question that was asked, I am going to be running for president in 2029. But open to collaboration, coalition building, because at the end of the day, this is about Liberia, and we want to do what it takes to change the direction of our country. The last thing I would say on that subject is, if your aspiration, if your ambition is to change Liberia, and that is my ambition. My ambition, the presidency for me is a means to an end. That is not the ambition. The ambition is to change the country. But the job that allows you to change the country is that job. And that's why I'm aspiring, and perhaps that's why others are aspiring. I can speak for them, because we want to use the job as the means to an end. But the end is to work with Liberians to change Liberia. That is the ambition, is to change the country, and not the job for the job's sake, if you will. On education, the education statistics are dire. And you just mentioned, one of the statistics, and I assume you're correct, 1.8 million under 15, and many of them out of school. And even those who are in school, the quality of education, it's sad to say, but many of our quote-unquote educated young people are actually functionally illiterate, right? That's just the reality. It's not something I like saying or even uttering those words, but you have to start from the reality of where we find ourselves. So let me walk you through how we think about what we need to do to fix education. First, we got to make sure we're allocating the right amount of resources to fixing the education system, right? So you can't say you're serious about education and in your budget allocation, you're not allocating the appropriate amount of money to do that. I mentioned earlier, we will focus on the following areas. We'll focus on the quality of teaching and make sure teachers are well paid, are qualified, so that the subject matter they're teaching, they're imparting the right knowledge so that people actually, young people are coming out of there qualified. Our priorities said we're going to focus on vocational TVET training as it's called, because not everybody will go the pure academic route. And if you're going to create jobs, these things are all related. If you're going to create jobs, you will need vocational skills in that area as well. So we will focus on that. We said we'll focus on adult education to the point I mentioned where many of our people are functionally illiterate. So how can we focus on adult education, night school, and that sort of stuff? We'll focus on that. And then we'll focus on the systems and processes that will sustain the quality of education, right? I mentioned also in his review that we have not built institutions. We build around individuals, and that individual leave and things collapse. We need to build institutions. So the institutions to enhance, to improve, and to maintain the quality of education is something we'll invest in. And many other things you need to fix, right? But let's start there, and we fix those things, and we get to the next layer education. Again, you try to fix everything in education, you will do nothing well. You try to fix everything in healthcare, you will do nothing well. You have to make choices. You have to prioritize because you only have so much money, and we got to be realistic. So we are very clear on prioritizing. That's part of strategy. That's part of leadership. You have to make choices, right? And those are the areas we'll focus on to fix our educational system.
Thank you. Thank you. Robert, I hope you're back now.
Yes, Sylvester, thank you. Am I audible?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Cummings, welcome again to the closing argument. And it's always a pleasure interacting with you. Now, there have been previous questions about whether or not you intend to run for the presidency, and you've been very adamant and definitive about running for the presidency. But the reality has proved a bit difficult. Your few runs have not been as successful, and it that doesn't mean that future runs won't be successful. But let's look at the facts. Let's look at the reality, right? There have been lots of questions about your transition from corporate America to Liberian politics, and also questions about those that you surrounded yourself with. There have been questions about electability, the electability factor, and I personally do not doubt your qualification. I personally do not doubt your accomplishments, and I personally do not doubt that if given the opportunity, I think you will be a transformative or transformational leader. But you said something that I thought was very profound. If I was president of Liberia, the drug importation or the drug crisis epidemic in our country would not be an issue. In order for that statement to become a reality, you first have to get elected, right? And so here's my question to you: in hindsight, if you were to run again, are there anything that you would do differently when it comes to understanding the terrain that you are now involved with? This is not corporate America; it's a whole different terrain. What would you do differently come 2029? Are there new strategies? Are there nuances that that probably did not work in previous runs? What would you do differently? Because you have to get elected. None of this will matter if you're not elected.
Yep. Thanks, Robert. So there are multiple things we will do differently, and we've learned from the past mistakes, if you will. So in no particular order, as I mentioned earlier, we will manage coalition relationships different from what we've done in the past, because coalition collaboration is an important part of getting elected. We did not do a good job, and again, this is not any particular order. I'm just listing things I would do different, Robert. We didn't do a good job with our comms media and propaganda. We let the opposition define us, and we didn't define ourselves. So there's, gay issue bullshit. Excuse my language. I don't know if I can say that word on this platform, but we let people define me as being gay or supporting gay lifestyle. Complete bullshit, nonsense. We're not going to let that sort of stuff happen in the future. So the whole media propaganda communication things we will do differently going forward, Robert. How we engage youth and young people in Liberia, as you know, I think it's 70+% of the population is under the age of 35. So if we're not engaging and directly, and if they are not part of this movement, we will not make any progress in terms of electability. How we engage with women voters, those are the two demographics that we didn't do a good job of engaging in terms of the way forward. So the combination of all those things, how we work in a collaboration with other political institutions, how we manage media, propaganda, communications, branding, marketing, how we define ourselves and not be defined, how we engage youth, young people, how we engage women. Those are all things we have learned, we'll do different. And the kind of people we have around me, because those also send messages, we'll do those things differently. People often say, and I want to address this, Mr. Cummings, go be senator, go be representative, go be minister. And those are good and important jobs. And sometimes when I answer that question, people say, oh, the man thing is too good or he's arrogant or whatever. That is not the case. Robert, the experience you get from that job, right, from those jobs, is the experience we have in Liberia today. We said we're electing President Boka because of his experience. We're experiencing that experience today. That experience is what we have done for the last 40, 50 years. And the country hasn't changed. So it's like, go get an experience in a system that doesn't work. I'm not sure how that translates to even to electability, by the way, right? So, but it's not to say those are not important jobs. It's not to say I'm too good for the jobs or whatever. But again, if you understand the reason why I'm in politics, you will understand why we want to do some things differently. And again, I will not repeat the list of things we'll do differently if we want to get elected. Because you're right, by the way, all this thing I'm talking is just talk. We're not getting elected. It's an esoteric academic exercise. So great question in that regard.
Can I ask my last question, Sylvester, in 30 seconds, please? So on that note, I know you mentioned the minister position, the senator, representative, and all of that. I think you are absolutely one of the best choices that we have. 2029 is coming up. 2035, you're going to be maybe in your 70s, your late 70s. There have been questions about the possibility if this run isn't successful, would you consider another run with the fact that Joseph Boakai, George Weah will no longer be in the picture? Here's my question for you. 2029 is very consequential. It's a very important election. I don't want you to become minister. I don't want you to become senator, but we have to consider the realistic path to the presidency. Would you consider, and as much as you've been very definitive about running for president, would you consider becoming a vice presidential pick if the opportunity presents itself, which could potentially give you a clearer path to becoming president of the Republic of Liberia?
Yeah, look, I think I answered the question at the beginning that said, look, this is about Liberia. In my speech with that, I said I will be the driver or the cowboy. And I also said the institution will also have a say in what role the ANC play and what role I play. And I think that's my response to that question, right? And by the way, 2029 is my last go round, right? After a while, you got to get the message, right? If you try 3 times and you're not successful, then maybe it's not meant to be, right? You got to be realistic, and maybe Liberians want to go in a different direction. And I'm not going to be vexed with Liberians, right? We'll try to help in other ways, but at the end of the day, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. We'll find other ways to help. That means we didn't make the case, right? All Liberians want a different outcome, want a different person, a different direction, and that's their choice. And then we'll all live with the consequences of, whatever that decision is.
Thank you, Mr. Cummings. Before I can go around, start with Peabody for the next round of question. You said something about what you didn't do right the last time about fixing some in terms of the more reboxing in terms of public relation and the rest of the folks. I can recall it was sometime in 2023, just before the election, September. It was the 25th of September. I went back to the country. I was driving to Lofa, stopped in this town called Bedefene. But I find the one used to have the Kenama, the one, the barrack, the Belfast barrack, also.
I think President Toba had his farm in Belfast.
Yeah, President Toba. That's absolutely correct. I stopped there to have. I saw a group of young people, all of them there, and there was so called power. And I stopped and I just took the entire 6 gallons of power and asked all of them who were all drinking. I was asking caution around. There's a guy, his son, that he was not very powerful intellectually, but he was reasonable in his thought process. And he said to me, the only man I really won't be president, but the people say a lot of negative things about him. The people say he in the gay thing. I really like that man. I can hear about the man. Yeah, I'm seeing you, but I let him, but all the things the people can kind of lie to us. But people, I don't even know what to say. But anything that the man was over about, I did. So, I mean, he said that to me in Belfast. It's part of the reason why I say I think that there needs to be some very concerted effort and robust effort. And I like the way you describe it by saying the bullshit and all of things. It's the bullshit. Those are trying to disseminate falsehood about your personality. They may not be right. So I will hope, and no matter how, I like the scenario you give about the cowboy and the driver. So even if you're going to be the cowboy and the driver, you have to prove to people, and like the way you started it. And people this time around were going, you say you have to be more engaged with the public. And I think that's a very good stand from your end. But quickly, before I can bring in Peabody here, Mr. Cummings, are you in discussion by any chance with Ambassador Weah? Because I saw you in a more enthusiastic way recently in Zreju, and there have been a lot of discussion behind the same. We've been hearing gossip, unconfirmed gossip, that you're having conversation with Mr. Weah. What's the relationship with Mr. Weah, and when last you spoke to him?
So before I address the question, President Weah, I just want to also react, if I may, Pewee, to your question, just to emphasize the need, and I mentioned it in my response to Robert's question as well. This whole media, propaganda, communications, branding, we didn't do very well, and I let the opposition define me. You know, in addition to the gay bullshit, they say Mr. Cummings arrogant, you know, all of these nonsense. And anybody who knows me personally knows those things are not true. So there are things we would do differently comes-wise, but there are behaviors I need to exemplify too, to sort of break down those myths that people may have, those perceptions. And so I have to play a part in that process as well. And I'm prepared to do that. Again, part of the learnings of, you know,
are you prepared to go sit in our house and drink power with the folks?
I am, but you know what, Pewee, again, this is where we didn't do a good job. I've actually did those things. Okay. I've actually been to all 73 electoral districts in Liberia. I don't know if maybe he has. I'm not saying they have, but I'm not sure President Boka have. Maybe they have. But I physically have been to every district, communities, villages, etc. So this perception that
but the both
haven't done it, and
they haven't done that. I can say that definitively they haven't done that. Both men, the 73 district, no.
So
that I can say on the record.
Between 2017 and 2023, I actually did that. So I've sat with those people. I've had the palm wine, you know, the CJ, the King Jews, and all that kind of stuff, right? But anyway,
Wait.
So I take responsibility.
Mr. Cummings, you drank palm wine?
Yes, absolutely. I take responsibility.
But you know, men are grown, man. The King Jews, the grow King Jews.
In fact, by the way, the grow people make the best King Jews.
Yes.
Just for the record.
Yeah.
For the record, right?
Yeah.
But the point is, we've done those things, and there's a perception that I haven't. So that's on me. I need to fix that, right? I don't blame anybody for that. But President Weah is a friend. I know him. We talk from time to time. We exchange texts from time to time. So the answer is yes. Similarly with President Boka, I mean, I know President Boka as well. But in terms of President Weah specifically, Pewee, yes, we're in touch. Even over the World Cup, you know, he was this various World Cup games. We exchanged text messages. I saw him at the press conference in New York with Amir Mamdani. I sent him a message in that regard. I did an interview a few weeks ago where I talked about the fact that, say what you may about our former president, when the football area, he was world best. That's just a fact. And he made all of us proud in that regard. You can't take that one from what president. I used to travel around the world in my job before at Coca-Cola with Pillsbury before. And anytime I landed literally at the airport, at the immigration, they take my passport, they're like, Joshua, right? Because of his fame. But so yeah, I'm in touch with the former president.
Are you in touch politically?
I'm in touch with the former president.
Okay.
We can leave it there, right?
No, I'll leave it there. I'll leave it there. We'll move on. Dr. Peabody, please.
The comments. A lot of Liberians, home and abroad, have lost confidence in public institutions. They have disappointed in most of the public institutions, and if you go to the root of law, it's a mess in almost everything. What, as an opposition, what will you tell the Liberians to encourage them to regain that hope?
Henry, there's not, unfortunately, I can only say to Liberians that, they gotta continue to be hopeful, that you cannot give up on the country. You cannot give up on life, right? So you gotta continue to be hopeful and because giving up, by definition, when you give up, you've lost, right? And so because unless they see tangible difference, it's hard to say we're believing institutions. But so I say be hopeful. I also say to them, Liberians, that you will have another choice in 2029 to change the outcome of the country, right? I keep saying you can't keep doing the same over and over and expect different results. Electing and selecting the same people with the same kind of experience and expecting to change. There's another saying I like. It's not original to me, but it's true. It says the best predictor of future behavior, future performance is past behavior, past performance. So if you are good in the past, chances you'll be good in the future. If you were bad in the past, high correlation. You will not be good going forward, right? And so be hopeful, don't give up, but you will have another choice in 2029 to elect 15 senators, and the whole House will be up for re-election. And the president said you can make different choices there to get different outcomes. And so that's what I would say to our fellow Liberians, that don't give up on the country, don't give up on yourself, because the minute you do, you've lost it. But then you have a choice in 29 to make a difference in your life. And please make different choices. Is my message.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, I'm fine. One question. Okay, good.
Thank you. Let me quickly welcome Timothy George. Timothy George, welcome.
Thank you, Pew. Good evening, Mr. Cummings. Good to have you.
Chief, good to see you.
Thank you.
Okay, before we go hit to Mr. Can we mute, please, if you know somebody?
Yeah.
Before we go to Mr. Nagbe,
somebody needs to mute. Somebody.
Let me engage. Jenkins, are you there? Jenkins.
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, we'll get you the opportunity to ask a question. We'll be coming to you soon. I think we're seeing the time. We'll come to you to take a couple of calls. They have from Morovia. As a matter of fact, we have been carried live on to Freedom FM and that of Truth FM of live in Liberia from that aspect. But Jenkins, go ahead, please. I'll give you time to ask a question, then we'll move on to Mr. Nagbe.
Yes, thank you. And so I want to say welcome, Honorable Elizana Benedict Cummings. Nyenwolo. Fedeo. So basically,
Junkies, quickly. Let me be fair to the other. I think Mr. Comey want to balance this. Mr. Comey is a political, he's structurally balanced politically, so he don't want to be speaking Gerbo. We the Loma will say, and then you should speak Loma. Then the Pele will say Pele. So I think it's one of the reasons why.
No, but
that.
To be honest, Junkies, to be honest, thank you for trying to protect me, Pewee. But
yes, sir.
I should know Grebo. I don't, so that's on me. I apologize for that. So it's okay for Junkies to put me on the spot. It's all right. I accept it.
You're not alone, Mr. Cummings. You're not alone.
But go ahead, Junkies.
Okay,
Junkies, ask your question. Go ahead, Junkies.
Okay, so Honorable Cummings, I got two questions because of time. My first question is the fact that you, in terms of your clout you bring to the political process, is the corporate foundation you have, the international connection, and the experience, the intellect, and that Mr. Weah, who is the political leader of the biggest opposition political party in the country, has the numerics. Looking at these variables, how do you see a merger with Weah comes 2029? As to whether you will contest, because you already pronounced, you yourself have already pronounced that you will be on a ballot. So how do you see that conversation moving forward? Lastly, if you were the president of the Republic of Liberia, Honorable Cummings, what would you have done in terms of mitigating the border classes that we have with Guinea, that is being perceived that Guinea is almost like taking that portion of land from Liberia as it stands? So what would be your position, Mr. Cummings?
Yeah, thank you, Junkies. And it's good to be having a conversation with Freedom FM. They were one of my most critical stations back in the day. So maybe they've softened their attacks against me. They were pushing that gay issue as well. But anyway, we move on, Junkies. So look, Junkies, in life and in politics, anything is possible, right? As I said earlier, we're open to collaboration with CDC, with CMC, with LPP, with MPP, and let's wait and see how that takes shape. How that works. It would be premature to limit this collaboration to any one institution now, any one individual. But as I mentioned earlier, we're open to collaboration, driver, cowboy, whatever. Let things unfold. Let the conversation happen. Let's not prejudge what the outcome might be. Let's give it time. 3.5 years, literally, still to go. We'll not wait till year 3 or year 6 rather, before we make these decisions. But let's just give it time. We're in the very early stages of conversations with all of these institutions and individuals. And the key is that everybody needs to be open, though. So the question just cannot be asked of me. It should be asked of all the participants who are in this conversation about potential collaboration, coalition. Everybody needs to be flexible, right? If indeed we are serious about changing our country. And the last thing I would say on that, Junkies, is that for me, it's not just taking step out for taking step out's sake. We got to agree on what we would do differently, how we're going to change the life of the average, the ordinary, the common Liberian. We got to agree on that first. What are we going to do different with education, with healthcare, with infrastructure, with agriculture? Let's agree that. Then that will provide the context, the construct against which we decide who plays what role, right? But we gotta agree on what we try to achieve when we get state power, because that can influence who's best to do what. So you can't just get together and say, "Oh, you beat this, you beat that." It's got to be in the context of something. a strategy, an objective, right? So we're open to all of that, but I want to make clear that understanding of what we're trying to do with the country, because I'm not just doing it because I want to be president. I want us to change Liberia for the ordinary Liberians, the average, the common Liberian, to the life to get better. That's the passion. That's the goal, right? And we need to agree that's what we all want. And then we decide who plays what role so we can go get state power. On the border crisis, I actually did a paper, I did a post, and there were a few things I said this government should do different, we should do different. In no particular order, I said, one, we need to understand what precipitated the Guineans coming across the border. The Guineans didn't just get up one morning and say, we're coming to take your land, we come and move the border post. Something precipitated it. Is the land there was illegal mining? I don't know if that's true or not, but we needed to be transparent, investigating and understand what precipitated this border crisis. Because when you know that, then you know how to address it, how to fix it, how to talk to the Guineans. So that's the first thing we said. The second thing we said is we gotta be talking to all of the actors in the region, the Sierra Leoneans, the Ivorians, the Guineans, and ECOWAS, because again, these are all our brothers, the Guineans, the people, family on all sides of the borders, and we all need to be collaborating. And so diplomacy, working with them to solve this issue is important. But unless you know what started, what caused it, it's hard to bring the diplomacy to bear, because what are you trying to solve, right? So that was one. Let's understand what precipitated it. Was this illegal mining? Because if that's what it was, then we say, look, we started, we're not doing it again. Well, for example, right? But then working with our neighbors in Guinea. And then the third thing we said is those people that were displaced, that were impacted by this border issue, the government has an obligation to look after those people, right? Because there were people impacted that they did nothing, they were not involved necessarily, but they were impacted and displaced, and we need to look after them, make sure they're taken care of. So those are the three things we spoke about then, and those things still apply today. In terms of this whole border crisis and what we should be doing to address it.
Thank you. Before quickly we can move on to Mr. Nagbe for his term. I will invite the only, let me check around world, the only female that just joined us, Tevi Cole, welcome.
Thank you. Hi, Mr. Cummings. Glad to see you again.
Tevi, how are you? Long time.
I know. Good to see you.
Good to see you as well. And you just joining us late too, man.
I know. I said I had to come bring my one in. I said I promised that I was going to come for the post analysis, but I couldn't help to come for the comment to come. But I think you will love my feedback.
All right. Thank you, Tevi. Good to see you again.
Thank
you. So we're back to Victor.
Yeah. Thank you, Tevi. We're going back to Victor quickly, but I just want to inform our audience, those of you that don't know, we have Mr. Cummings. Mr. Alexander Cummings is the political leader of the ANC. He's going to be a formidable candidate come 2029. He gave a scenario about the car ball and the driver. That no matter which side you're going to place him, he's going to be very formidable. And according to him, he's in touch with the former president. He didn't confirm if it's political, but they are in some level of conversation moving forward. But again, folks, I will quickly go to Mr. Victor. Mr. Nagbe, the second round of question will move on. You're going to ask yours, and then we're going to move to the next person. But I'll gladly pass it over to you.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Cummings. Thank you very much. I think your people are pretty happy here. The feedback is very good. And I hope the print media is taking note, because I think you're breaking news here. If 2029 doesn't work out, that'll be the end of the road for you.
Sylvester, you got to mute Sylvester.
Yeah. So, but here's my question, and you're one of the few who came into the political space after your corporate rounds. So you came in with a lot of experience, theoretically, experientially. But there are a lot of us who are really watching your decision making, and we have questions. One, you have popularized the expression in Liberia that doing the same thing and expecting different results is sanity, but yet your ANC still have people with you who have been with you since you've had the 2 losses. I will name Councillor Gould, for instance, and no malice intended, it's just a name that comes to mind. As a manager, that after a catastrophic performance, as in said, the loss of an election, you will do your analysis, and those parts of the corporation that are not functional enough, they will be excised or taken care of. And I like to understand why Mr. Gould, for instance, is still a leader of the ANC. Two, knowing what we know now, do you think IG Coleman is still credible enough to conduct this the investigation that's going on now about the drugs, given all that is being said about him, his, all the information that you have? I know some may say incomplete, but I think quite a bit of information is out there. So do you think IG Coleman is still credible to lead the investigation on this existential drug crisis that this country is facing today?
Right.
Thank you.
Thanks, Victor. So in the interest of time, I will try to be quick because I know my answers can sometimes be a bit long. But yes, I maintain, and I said earlier in the show, Victor, and I'll keep saying, you can't keep doing this, always expect different results. But if you look at the ANC, right, many of the leaders are new. We have a new youth chair, new women's chair, new secretary general, and the list goes on and on and on. You can't throw the bail out with the bathwater. You can't throw everything up because you lose institutional knowledge, you lose history. And oh, by the way, Chairman Gould was not chairman for most of the prior to 2023 elections. Senator Daniel Nathan Peace his ashes were chairman of the party. I don't know if you know this, right?
I do.
So you can't throw the baby out with the bathwater. You need some continuity in that process. But many of our leaders are new and different, and you got to be surgical about how you do this, right? So we're not doing the same thing and expect different results. And as I mentioned in answer to Robert's question, many things we know we did wrong, and we are going to improve those things. I am determined that those things will be done differently. With regards to Inspector General Kromah, it's a great question, and that's a question for the president. But what I would say to you, using my corporate experience, if I had a manager working for me, where most of the people working for him, or many of them, were caught up in corruption, and he accusing them, I would have questions about that manager. I would have serious questions and considerations, because it's his judgment, I'm sure, to appoint many of those people. And if it's happening under his nose, it's got to raise some questions about whether he's the right guy leading this charge, etc. But again, that's up to the president. But yes, it begs a lot of questions, given everything we know or is alleged, or even some of his own statements would beg some questions about whether he's the right guy.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, Sylvester. Are you close to this current president? I know you talked about President Weah. Are you in contact with President Bouaga? I know you came from CPP.
Well, I've known President Bouaga for a very long time. The last time I saw him was earlier this year. I think maybe December, January.
Thank you, Sylvester.
Yeah.
Thank you. Before we came, I know Mr. Tomalin George been patiently waiting, and I see he's attired as a chief. And no, I don't know if the chief and the title came from Nigeria or Liberia. We need to define where the title came from actually, because to carry this title is nothing. But before Tomalin can come in with his question, I just thought you will also consider this. It's very important. I don't want to slip this thought issue. The reason, a lot of paying attention to governance. It's about national governance and the rest of that, Mr. Cummings. The president of our country currently being giving some shared responsibility to his vice president. And I think, and I've been observing that, I think there have been a lot of loopholes unfolding. A lot of things he's been presiding over being problematic. One of his kings maybe. Okay. Now I'll let it your question. I will let that stop. But I want you to focus on, there's some, I don't know if you bring that point about the EU ambassador even accused the vice president of not being transparent, and then the rest of that. I will hope you would take that. But too many, go ahead. I don't want to ask a question, but go ahead, please. I didn't know that you were thinking on that. Go ahead quickly.
Yeah, but it's good. Thank you again. Now let me just announce, with this program has been relayed on Kia Radio, B3 in Sano County, and several local stations across the country. Okay, Mr. Cummings, whenever people talk about you, they talk about your corporate experience, and they come to the economy. They believe that. That's what most people believe, that you do the best for the country, the economy. You were the first to talk about our budget going to $1 billion, and then this government came out follow to $1.2 billion now. But It's reported that over 1.5 billion left our country based on our natural resources. Only 200 million was left in our country, now to our economy, our government coffers. Now, the bread and butter issues affecting Liberians about the economy. But like people were just saying, this president has have a shared responsibility to his vice president, to bring the cost of living down, the mining sector, the concession areas. And yet still, what's your perspective about these areas? Because we are not seeing the little move in this area, and things are still hard. You would think that with all of these things being said, we'll have an improved economy now, the cost of living will be down. But what is the perspective on these things that have been given to the vice president of this government, and they have yet to make any impact?
Yeah, thanks, thanks, Chief. And let me ask you all of your permission to let me give a long answer to this question.
Go ahead. You have the time.
Because the reason why is, we have a lot of challenges in Liberia, as I mentioned, but if we can fix this thing called the economy, it will solve a lot of our issues. It will not solve everything, but it will solve a lot of issues. Let's start with this budget. To the point you made, Pewee, it was at the 2017 debate. And at that debate was President Boyka. He was VP at the time, running in 2017. Constable Charles Bronskin, peace be to his ashes, was on the stage. It was myself. It was Benana Ure. I mean, it was all the heavy hitters. I think at the first debate, Mills Jones didn't participate. He participated in the second debate. And it was at that debate that I said, when you look at all the countries in the region, very simplistically, it's not as simple as, and I won't go into the details in the interest of time, but at the time I said our budget should be well over $1 billion. And it was decried. I mean, not possible, but the same UP people actually. Now, yes, the rub to that number though. Yes, now we've reached 1.2. We should have reached that number 3-4 years ago, but that's neither here nor there. But now it's how you allocate the increase. And we're allocating the same way we did in the past. We're not getting different results. Pewee, Robert, I see you shaking your head. We're not. The incremental money, you got to allocate it differently to get different results, right? If you keep putting into recurring expenses, paying salaries, nothing will change. And that's why nothing is changing, right? If you took that money to put an agricultural bank or wholesale bank in place, the one-time windfall, because that we generate more money and create jobs and that kind of stuff, right? If you're paying teachers, healthcare workers, police officers, civil servants more every month, that creates a multiplier effect, right? So that's the one thing on the budget. Yes, we've reached there. We're way behind. By the way, the budget in Ivory Coast is over $35 billion, right? And now Ivory Coast is a much bigger country, But if you index, right, versus Ivory Coast or Ghana, right, population, budget, we should be about $2.5 billion. I mean, just simple math, right? It's not that simple. I just want to make clear, and I understand that. But it's just simple arithmetic. You say we're still under leverage. We're under boxing where we should be. So down on the budget piece. On the rest of the economy, your question, Tomalin, about the VP. This is one case I gave President Boyka credit for, right? He is not using his VP as a parked car. He claims that for 12 years, President Boyka, he was a parked car. To his credit, he's given Vice President Kuhn responsibility for, I think, electricity, energy, for reducing the cost of living, the cost of goods and services. I think the yellow machine, he was asked to look after that. And the list goes on and on and on, right? Liberianization policy, I think. And we have seen zero, nada, nothing, right?
Did I hear you say zero performance?
Zero, nada. And I'm happy for any of you to contradict what I just said, right? And I stand to be corrected, and I will apologize if I'm wrong. But we've seen zero, no tangible outcome from any of those responsibilities that we're giving the vice president. He visited B Mountain. The other day, I was about to travel, going to the airport. There were these big buses of apparently Turkish, I got nothing against Turkish people, but against Turkish citizens who run B Mountain, going to Roberts Field. There was a Turkish airline taking them I guess, on their break, on their vacation, whatever, right? So what happened to the liberalization policy, right? So the point is, given a lot of those responsibilities, we have seen no outcome. Nothing has changed. You know, the life of the average Liberian, nothing has changed. Let's talk about concessions quickly, and then I will rest. I actually did a little video on that, and I encourage you to go find it. We've been doing concession agreements the same way forever. Again, doing the same thing, expect different results. We need to change the way we do concession agreements, right? We need to understand we have been in the iron ore business in Liberia. We export iron ore. We should understand the economics, the arithmetic. From the time any company, ArcelorMittal, whoever, from the time they put a shovel in the ground to take the iron ore, to the time they pay their shareholder dividends, we should understand that economics. Who makes money where along that value chain? Because then we can better negotiate. Those companies, by the way, they need to make money too. They are investing, they're taking risk, so they gotta make money. I get it, but we gotta make our fair share. And right now, I think it's disproportionate, right? Because I'm not sure we understand. So when the VP was asked to look after, I think the Putu Mountain, that whole area, has he hired the right people, or does he himself understand the economics of iron ore? Who buys it? Who uses it? What's required to extract it? Which companies are in steel making, which iron ore is used for, or are in mining only, or are in both? What is their economics? Do we understand that? The economics of gold, economics of diamond, we need to understand that. We can, and we got young Liberians that can help figure all this arithmetic. Because when we know that, then we will negotiate better deals for our country. I was in Wiswa. All of you are too young. Wiswa used to be the diamond capital of Liberia. Moving the diamond gone, though. There are no schools in Wiswa. There's no running water. There's no electricity. There's no hospital. Shame on us. And around Gold Camp, King Joy, they go living again, and none of those things are being put in place. What's wrong with us? What's wrong with our representatives, our senators? Why we keep doing the same thing over and over? They go living in truckloads, and our people are suffering. That is unconscionable, gentlemen and lady. That is just not acceptable. I mean, it's a passion of mine. I mean, we got all of these resources. We're a rich country. Our people are poor. Why? It can't be. Shouldn't it be? What don't people understand? I mean, all of you guys are in the U.S., all of this, we're smart people. We can figure out the rhythm. Oh, let's go hire people that can do it. That's what the Rwandans did. Where they didn't know, they hired people. They learned it themselves, and then the people left. So we got to fix this thing called the economy, right? We got to create jobs, right? I talk about this bowl of rice we all eat from. We got to make that bowl of rice bigger. And, you know, you don't choose your tribe. You don't choose your gender. You don't choose the religion you're born into. You don't choose your age. Those things should not give you advantage or disadvantage over anybody. You don't choose to be Grebo, Gio, Gola, Kram, Congo, whatever. That's not your choice. You don't choose to be a woman. You know, Shima, you guys only tell me here to represent women tonight. You don't choose your age. I'm the oldest one on this court. That's not a choice. Right?
No, we try.
My point is,
we try for women to be here.
My point is, and even political parties, don't distinguish between ANC and CDC and UP, right? So why do we focus on those things? Right? It doesn't matter. So, Tomalin, long answer to your question. I'm not sure if I even answered the question, but anyway, it's a passion.
Yeah,
it's a passion area of mine. We can fix it.
I know we'll be going to
let's take some questions from the public quickly.
Yeah, we'll be going to the public quickly. But before we can go to Tevi, because she just joined us, she having a point on that would be unfair. Before we can go to this is very important. Quickly, that means you can do that in 30 seconds. The EU ambassador, it's not the entire EU ambassador to accredited near our capital, said that the vice president of the republic started personalizing the mining sector. He was a hempreneur over there. She accused him of some kind of a corruptibility, if you will. And the government moved, Mr. Cummings, I don't know if you followed that, via the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, they somehow declare her some PMG, person on the grata, to have injected out of the country. Is that concerning for the European body ambassador to call the vice president, to note that the vice president is somehow corrupt that he's undermined the money, and she didn't. She was not alone. The former minister, United Party minister, Women Pay, accused his own kinsman of doing some level of duplicity in terms of his engagement in that sector. Is that really concerning quickly?
Absolutely, very concerning, and not only the comments from the EU ambassador, but even more important from Wilmer Pay, the former minister. That's even more damning, right? Because sometimes we're too dependent on the foreigners, doing what they do or what they say, and that's not only important. But when our own people, right? And Wilmer was minister, he knows when he is making these accusations, we need to take it seriously, and it is very concerning.
Thank you. Tevi, quickly.
Yeah, my two questions, Mr. Cummings. The first one has to do with behavioral issues. So for a very long time, many years, probably over 5 years now, even when I was on SKTV or Focus on Liberia, and even now to date, whenever some of us criticize you or the party, your supporters will, make it personal. Instead of addressing the issue, they go to the extent of, insulting people using words like you're made or you're broke, claiming that people are worthy to criticize you. The reality is this, that, you and I know that our vote matters, and our vote, our influence matter. It is important for you to win tomorrow. So how do you plan to address this behavior issue and foster just respectful dialogue and engagement with your people?
So, Telvia, I think, if you
notice, Mariah, let me be very clear. Mariah, exception on Mariah. Let me be clear, because Mariah is not part of this. Sorry to interrupt. Yes, Mariah is not part of it.
Mariah, my small daughter.
My guess, she's not part of this.
So you care to say who part of it?
But Telvi.
So you didn't call Mariah. Care to say who part of it?
I can say I know Mr. Cummings' number. I can get in a list. I can tell him.
Go ahead, Mr.
Cummings. But to be fair, I think those behaviors are changing, Telvi. I think your criticism is fair, and that was the case. I think today my supporters are not exhibiting that same behavior, certainly not to the degree they were in the past. And I can assure you in the future it will be even less. Because for all the reasons you said, people have a right to have a different point of view. People have a right to be to criticize. And I take the criticism well. As you know, I blame myself for whatever didn't work, right? But I think that behavior is changing, and it will continue to change. And going forward, you will not see that kind of behavior, those kind of attacks from my behavior going forward, from my supporters going forward. Yeah,
thank you so much. I appreciate it. One last one. So I'm big on data, obviously, and so I'm curious to know, since the last election, when was the last time you conducted a scientific poll or a voter survey, and what was the key findings, and how is that informing your campaign strategy or your decision to run again?
So we have done what I call informal polling, but objective polling, if you will. So I don't want to pretend that we've commissioned a formal structural poll. We have not invested in that, but we have done small polling, informal polling, etc. That we didn't influence the outcome, right? And what was encouraging from that polling, Telvi, is that Liberians are looking for an alternative. They're looking for a third way. They don't know who or what that alternative is, but they know they have tried UP, they have tried CDC, and their lives haven't changed. They know that. And they're thinking, they believe in, gee, that God didn't mean for us to suffer like this. There must be something, somebody else, but they don't know who or what that is. And so that is our opportunity for us to define ourselves as that third party, that third lane, that third way, that alternative, right? Place our alternative national Congress. We need to position ourselves. Now we have to do the work. We have to make the case that we are that alternative, that third lane that Liberians are looking for. But that's what the informal polling tells us. It doesn't tell us that we're the person necessarily, but it says there's a gap. Mm-hmm. And if we do the work, we can fill that gap. Because the other parties, no, I'm not. The other parties have a record to defend. The good news is we don't, and that's good and bad too, by the way. So the polling tells us we have that window.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Tevi. Mr. Cummings is asking that we go to the line, but before going to the line, what we're going to do, but
So, gentlemen, we're running over my time, but let's keep going.
yeah,
Can I just ask one before we go to the line? Can I just?
Yeah, just a minute, please. To Tevi's point, I mean, for the record, all of the political parties in Liberia, the partisans will behave to protect their political leader in a way and manner. Sometimes in the heat of the moment, they will move to protect their own political leader. Sometimes it is within political issues and the rest of that, they would do it. But I think the ANC, from my own observation, the ANC partisans are more even kind in terms of the kind of a response than I mean the way of responding to folks.
No, Sylvester, no. I didn't tell you was even kind.
Don't go there.
Compared to the CDC and the United Party.
Let's take it offline. No, I disagree respectfully.
I said my observation anyway. I shouldn't be punished for that. But quickly, yeah, Rawa, give 30 seconds, please.
30 seconds. 30 seconds. Thank you. I think we're going back around, but I know he has to go. But Mr. Cummings, I would be remiss if I didn't say this. I got to be honest. I think to your own detriment, this when I asked about the transition, this a lot of people have perceived this corporate America. You're a quiet, calm, collected guy, and you are not confrontational. That's good. But I have to admit this publicly. I think I like it. I think I like this fasty, defiant Cummings. The guy who comes on the radio and just look in the faces of Liberians and says, this whole gay thing is bullshit. Because that's the environment, that's the terrain you find yourself, right? You can't just let people define who you are, and it's going to ultimately eventually stick, right? So I think that's part of what needs to change as you gear up for 2029. But here is my question to you. Corruption is massive. Corruption has been an issue in our
30 seconds. So you have
in our country.
30 seconds.
So how do you make the case that for you? You're a well accomplished guy. You're not boisterous. You don't. It's not about you having money, but you're a multimillionaire. How do you make the case that for you it's not about becoming rich overnight, as other politicians have used government, but it's about impacting the country and giving the change that Liberia, the ordinary Liberian, deserves? How do you make that case effectively?
Thank you.
Yeah. So look, I need help making that case, but to be honest, I need others, because when I make those tips and make that case, it comes across as self-serving, and I will keep saying it, and I will keep doing that. But to the extent I can get other disciples, if you will, other missionaries, other people who believe and know, to make that case, I think that makes it more impactful. It makes it more helpful. The reality is, Robert, I mean, I know you know this. I've been very blessed in life, extremely blessed. And if any other Liberian had the same blessing I had, they would do the same, but maybe even better, right? So I don't take it for granted. A lot of successful people give themselves more credit than they deserve. I think a lot of our success is providence, right? Is God, is blessings, and I want to start by acknowledging that, right? And so I say that to say I don't want a job because I need the job necessarily. I want a job because I want to impact the life of ordinary common Liberians, right? For me, it's about history. I want 30 years from now, 40 years from now, God bless him, become president. When people say, who was one of the guys that helped to move the country in the right direction, the reward for me, they will say, Cummings was one of the guys that did that, right? That for me is a reward. It's not reward in the moment. In the moment, people in government, whoever we appoint, they can take the credit. It doesn't matter. But when posterity looks back, right, they remember the leader. They will not remember who was finance minister, foreign minister, commerce. And for me, that's the ambition, is again to change the country and end up with money, et cetera, et cetera. So, but it'll be helpful if others made that case. It's like testimonials, right? When people make testimonials about other people, it's more impactful than when you're saying it for yourself.
Thank you, Mr. Cummings. Now with the junkies, I thought I wanted to give too many, at least 30 seconds. because he came in very late. I don't know if you got another issue. Quickly, somebody you can make a cross for telling them why.
No, let's go to the line. Let's go to the line,
Okay. Junkins, if you there, I think there's popular demand. The phone calls have to be taken. And Junkins, let's do it this way. Let's give 45 seconds per call, please. We want to take at least just 45 seconds per call so that we have the time. And listen, our callers, if you are following us via the radio or the social media, we request that you be very decorous on the phone with our guest, the political leader of
Sylvester Pewee.
So go ahead, please.
The man reminds me of Dr. Buffer Chambers. So this is the closing argument, and we are here on Freedom FM 87.9. We are also simulcast on other sisterly radio stations around the country, including Truth FM, Care Radio, and all in the counties we are relayed. We are also carried on our YouTube channel, The Closing Argument, our Facebook platforms, and our Freedom FM YouTube channel. Follow us and call us on those numbers on 0776 104 104, 0886 500 104. Speak with the political leader of the ANC, Honorable Alexander Benedict Cummings. This first call, your name and where are you joining the closing argument from? Welcome. Go ahead quickly. 45 seconds. Hello? This call. Hello? Hello? Yeah, go ahead. 40 seconds.
I want to say good evening to Senator Cummings. I want to say thank you for the generation. I pray for the sake of the appeal, they track for you to come. Watch the CDC for the country's power. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll leave you there and go to this call on line 3. Hello, your name and where are you joining us from? Quickly, Honorable Alexander Benedict Cummings is here.
Yeah, I just want to speak to my president, Alexander Benedict Cummings. I want to say thank you for the manner in which he laid the business. And I want to also encourage him, to go on to make sure that those people that always used to be saying, they be also ready, tell them that it's not that kind of person. Because I always argue with those people in the community because I'm more.
Yes, he lay emphasis on that on 2 occasions on this show tonight. So I hope you're listening. Okay, so we'll leave you there and go back to line 1. This caller, your name and where are you joining the closing argument from? Go ahead quickly, 40 seconds.
The first question is this. Mr. Cummings,
Junkie, we can, I don't know, we're not getting questions.
Exactly, Junkies.
The leader of the country, how do you see this performance? Mr. Cummings, one for you and George here to work together. Will you be willing? Thank you for this time.
Okay, so Honorable Cummings, did you hear his 2 questions?
No, I did not.
Okay, let me relay. He first asked, you've been close to the sitting president when you people were together in the CPP, and what is your view on his stewardship as president of the country? And his last concern was Liberians are in their numbers, in their majority, and craving for a merger between you and former President Weah. And what would be your position on that? Those were his 2 questions.
Okay.
Okay, so I continue.
I will say taking calls. Yeah, take more
Yes,
calls.
yes, there are more calls
Let's
here.
take a few more.
Yeah, welcome. Your name and where are you joining us from? This is the closing argument.
I'm Victoria Robert calling from the SC.
Go ahead.
Is Mr. Cummings going to hear me or his own different talk?
Honorable Cummings,
Go ahead.
Okay. As I said, I'm Victoria Roberts calling from the SC. I really, really appreciate Mr. Cummings for his delivery tonight. And I always want him to do it. And one thing I want Mr. Cummings to do is I want him to really respond to this gay question correctly, not only saying it's a bullshit. The old ladies there in the village will not understand the meaning of bullshit. Let Mr. Cummings really, really tell the people I am not a gay, I can never be a gay, and I will never accept the gay right in this country. If they left for me Cummings to accept it, it will not be done in Liberia. I will not accept it. Let me be open
Listen, from the preamble of the show, Honorable Cummings was very emphatic that that particular nonsense will not be allowed in this country under his presidency if God gives him that opportunity. So can we lay that conversation to rest now and deal with the issue?
Let Mr. Cummings accept collaboration. We have lost 2 times, and we really, really know that Mr. Cummings will make a difference in this country. So we want him to really have a collaboration, and whatever that will be said there, let Mr. Cummings not be the one to say no. Let him accept it. We need change in this country. We are tired of suffering.
Thank you. We leave you there and go to line 2. Hello, your name and where are you joining the closing argument from?
Okay, my name is Jonathan.
Yeah, quickly, you got 40 seconds.
Yeah, okay, I want to ask you all in the studio. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. Honorable, I want to know when we go for the election, we will know that one party cannot win. And we'll go for the first round, and we'll go for the second round. Will you still support Unity Party, or who will be the Unity Party? Will you support that party?
Will you still support the party? That was the question. And this caller on line 3. Hello, your name and where are you joining the closing argument from?
Yeah, Junkie Murray, how you coming up, brother?
Welcome, 40 seconds, quickly.
Yeah, I want to say hi to Alexander Benedict Cummings. This is Ronnie Gadi, 1 million we are.
He is the political leader of the ANC, Mr. Alexander Benedict Cummings.
Yeah, Mr. Alexander Benedict Cummings. Thank you.
Correct.
Well, I want to ask Mr. Benedict Cummings, Mr. Alexander Benedict Cummings, and he's a collaborator once years back with this government. And to see today the government that he collaborate with, today the way he proceeding with our judge, and just is killing the youth of the country, what he really got to say about it. And I want to ask him if he will accept President Weah to collaborate with him for them to be a formidable candidate come 2029. Thank you.
I think it is the same question that is just perennial. This call, your name and where are you joining us from? Honorable Alexander Benedict Cummings is here.
You know, the Liberia people are massively.
I'm impressed with the call, Mr. Cummings.
This is a CDC station, Freedom FM, though.
Honorable Cummings.
Junkie, let's take 1 or 2 more. I gotta.
Okay.
Yeah, Junkie.
Okay, this caller, go ahead quickly. We have no time.
So much for them.
Oh yeah, we have time.
Yeah, 40 seconds.
Yeah, I was office one time I was doing I wanted to campaign in Jesus factory. I was the one Mr. Coleman that was studying the rest you was none of them marching right by you when we were going to the office. In Jesus factory we took it all the way from people I can remember. So I really want to bless God for you this time around, and we are praying with you that the word of God be done in this come as a good leader to work for our nation, for the betterment of this nation.
Thank you. Thank you. We leave it there. Take our last call. Hey, don't do that. Hey, don't do that. This call, you are the last caller for tonight. Your name and where are you joining us from?
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm here for thinking. And thanks to for the value of the ANC.
Go ahead quickly, Poker Rabo. No time.
Yeah, thank you for the recognition. For the recognition for the public and Poker.
You stay eating the time, Poker Rabo. You've already been recognized.
The great Poker. The great Poker.
When you see a leader, people that see leadership in him. Today, some of us are to the president. We are because of any favor. Because of the characteristics of the personality of the person. You know, Mr. Kumi, those guys today they are bad washing you. Those guys will be taking you because they are a beneficiary for you. So they are a beneficiary of your magnanimity. They will be taking you, Mr. Kumi. It's a very new world. They don't get to where they are. They will be taking you for the magnanimity that you carry, that you associated with their wish. But Mr. Kumi, trust me, you are followed with a blessed family that you and the guys see ideology. And Mr. Kumi, I can tell you, come to the now. Let it go. Mr. Kuya has the 80% of the movement. No data for you, Mr. Kumi. No data for your leadership. Or just see what we are saying up front. Because we have the 80% and 90% of the leadership. But I tell you, Mr. Kumi, after Mr. Kuya, nobody, your president to what is available. And that time will be going for you all. Will be going for you because it will be a station.
Okay.
I will leave all.
Okay.
We will leave with travel to the for the true revolution, Martin Congress. But I tell you, I'm one of your down followers because of what you carry and what you preach and what you always brought to us to the interest of ordinary party. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome, Poker. Thank you. And that does it for the course for tonight on the closing argument.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Jenkins. Thank you. And I listened to Poker. He just concluded on the point that he said Mr. Comey is very magnanimous. He commended him of his magnitude of things, the way he engaged things, and he loved Mr. Comey in all those line. We listened to some of the callers also that from that perspective of some are saying collaborations, but yeah, Mr. Comey quickly came in from that side and said, hey, they're saying that from the perspective of their own political background and the rest of that, but by and large, the calls were all good. Great. They respected the view of Mr. Cummings. And Mr. Cummings, quickly, you listened to all of the calls. I know you took note. If you have the time, you can respond to them individually or collectively. Now the floor is yours.
Right. Yeah. No. Thank you. Thank you, Pewee. So, there was lots of calls for collaboration, and as I said at the beginning, we are open to collaboration with all the various political opposition parties, CDC, CMC. NPP, etc. We'll talk to everybody. And as I also said, let's not prejudge, let's not presuppose who will do what. Let the process run its course, and it will be what it will be in the end. The key for me is we want to collaborate with people who are focused on changing our country for the benefit of ordinary common Liberians. If we can agree on what that is, the other things will take care of themselves, and we'll all play our various roles in that regard. Junkie, thank you for addressing the gay issue very directly for me with the young man that spoke to that point. And again, it's complete nonsense. It's complete bullshit. I've been married for over 40 years, got children, got grandchildren. It's just nonsense. But we'll continue to be very aggressive in addressing that issue. Question about supporting the second round. Look, you don't go into any situation assuming you will lose. So I'm going to assume we'll be in the second round. So I can't sit here today and say I will support somebody else. Right? When we get to that point, we'll make that decision. And by the way, this is instructive for, I think maybe all of you know this, but for particularly our young people, don't start any process, project, business, and you start planning for plan B. You start planning to lose from day one. By definition, you're going to lose. By definition, will not be successful. You got to go in that with commitment, with determination to win. So we plan to be in the second round of the elections. I think generally the sentiments were fine. As I said, Freedom FM is a strong CDC station, which is fine. Junkies, I'm coming on Freedom FM in the not too distant future.
No problem.
So we can start addressing that constituency. But let me end by thanking all of you for what has been a very good conversation, good questions, good observations. Tomalin, Pewee, we'll do this again. You guys just organize it and we'll come back on and have another conversation. But I appreciate all of you, Robert. Thank you, Victor, everybody. Junkies, Selvee, good to see you again. It's been a while. You can't keep hiding from me going forward anymore. We're gonna track you down.
Yes.
And Pewee, thanks for facilitating the call tonight. We appreciate all of you and look forward to other interactions with you and answering any all questions, comments, suggestions you may have for our country, because this is about Liberia.
Yes.
It's not about me. So thank you all.
But before you can go quickly, what's going to be your first national engagement of the folks in terms of hitting the road? When are you planning to do that?
So the first,
when are you?
The first place I gotta go to Maryland.
Yes.
Yes, go Maryland. Yes,
I gotta
yes.
go to Maryland. I gotta
Now,
go
well,
soon as dry season come, maybe October, November, maybe Tomalin birthday. I will decide, but Maryland is the Southeast, Maryland, River G, Grand Cru. I gotta go there first, then before I start, traveling the rest of the country.
Yeah, Honorable Kumis, it made big sense to start with Maryland. It made big sense.
Excellent. Maryland is a great place to go. Myself, I'm part of Maryland deeply. Yes.
If you went from Lofa, you want to go to Maryland?
Maryland.
You from Lofa, you are mending fences now with Maryland?
Oh yeah, I'm deeply a Maryland.
The tail link require many fences.
We'll go to Lofa too, don't worry.
No problem. Thank you, Mr. Cummings.
But thank all of you.
Yeah, it was a wonderful time having you. Thank you.
Mr. Cummings.
Please extend our best wishes and felicitation to Mrs. Cummings, please.
I will. She got me set up today on the technology, so
nice.
I will tell her you guys say thanks.
Okay. Thank you. And bye-bye.
I said, Sylvester was listening to you. Sylvester rather use a moderation power today.
No,
the question he wanted to ask.
To be honest, Mr. Garguah, the man
No, I would take the observation and understood, but the intent it was actually
you did great, you did great, but you asked all your own questions. That's all I'm saying.
You know what?
Next time, Mr. Moderator, picking out first grade words. I know PP was here, so we know Poco.
Yeah, decorous.
Basically, the line was that I wanted the political leader to be very comfortable, and when the question came, and most of the questions I asked actually it was just major burning questions that I believe about him that people wanted to know, and there was some major concern before Rabble about this character that just left the show. Right? People will say what they want to say about him, but he's an extraordinary figure that we have not yet gotten to understand deeply. And a lot of Liberians feel different way about his personality in terms of the way he engagement, in terms of what his mindset is about the country. And I've sat with people in Liberia about the same question that the young lady asked Jenkins now a while ago. He has said this over. Some people still want to come by and ask the question, but sometimes it's deliberate and intentional. But the intent is, and as he's also said, people taking the video, he want to be this. He's not. He's not the kind of person. And also that's the reason why when the question came to mind, I had to ask, and particularly about the Vice President Raul, the EU. These are major individuals that are trying to contest the elections. If you don't ask any critical questions, if it came to mind, no one will ask these questions. And so
I thought you were great. I thought you was great.
I had to ask this question.
Only thing I'm saying is I like when moderator use that moderation power to talk. That's all I'm saying. But
and you had to do it sometimes to keep the show moving forward. But quickly, now at this stage, what I will do, I will play the less talking role now, and allow you guys to do the post analysis of. I see my own brother to guy I know he will today probably not doing on the other side too, man. So I was telling you Mr. Nagbe, on this issue about the post analysis.
We're getting feedback from you though. We're getting feedback from you. Do you have two rounds?
Yes, it's a Peabody.
Well, basically,
I know when all Peabody is on, I can get Peabody.
Before you get to Mr. Nagbe,
I think you got two browsers. You know,
not one, Mr. Nagbe. Peabody, when you meet out, I'm okay.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't know what the reason is. I don't know. For some reason, we got to check this thing. I don't know. Sometimes
you hacking my stuff, man.
That your buddy, man. Your buddy. You're
my time is
you hacking my stuff. The man hacking my
stuff.
Mr.
Go ahead, please.
Yeah, so before Mr. Nagbe comes in, my time is up. So I thought
okay, okay, no problem. We'll give you the time. I don't want you to also hold me in contempt.
And so,
but quickly, Junkies, before you close here, I thought I like the way you brought your own countryman to the spot. You brought him to, now we are here, and I used to pretend, but yeah, they say he played a fair card there. You know,
yes.
Regular politicians are going to allow me to cut it raw play to make a couple of the say this now, and that was the excellent way I was trying to cover all right. But he said, no, I can't do this now. But go ahead quickly, Junkies.
Yeah, and so it was nice having Honorable Alexander Benedict Cummings here. So Liberians hear from their leaders is important. I think that will be done perennially to allow them information and education that they need as we move forward as a people. So I want to say thanks to Honorable Cummings for appearing and providing insight on many issues that been plundering the minds of a lot of Liberians. And to all of you, our panelists, it was a great work, and let us continue the great work we are doing in the interest of Mama Liberia. Thank you. God bless Maryland County, and hope to be here on tomorrow for the May week's edition of the program, The Closing Argument. And this is Freedom FM 87.9. Bye-bye from my end.
Thank you, Junkins. Thank you. Mr. Nagbe?
Yeah, thank you, Junkins.
Before Mr. Nagbe, Johnny, let me just say welcome to you. You came to section pretty much late tonight, but let me say a wonderful welcome to you.
Yeah, Pewee, thank you, man. Thank you and the rest of the team for carrying the show on. My first point would have been is, can you or anyone provide a summary of what was done or what transpired in doing this very good engagement with Mr. Cummings, so that those who are just joining you guys either through Facebook or through radio, whatever means, can understand what was discussed, and maybe we can be able to make our input into the post interview analysis. If it's possible to do just a summary of what was discussed.
Quickly, in 60 seconds, Mr. Cummings, we started as asking him issue of relative to the drug situation.
I don't know the number we're talking.
Yeah, he just asked. No, that we just interviewed him quickly in 30 seconds. 60 seconds from Mr. Nagbe coming. We talk about the drug situation. He said, "It's a troubling development. The government will have to do more to do that." We had discussion about his role. We actually questioned that he will be a candidate in 2029 elections. He will be, and there were a lot of questions from the floor asking him about his stewardship, what he planned for the country. We talk about the economy, the current vice president role in the country. He said the vice president is zero result vice president gave because the president gained some responsibility. And there's a lot of things we spoke across: the economy, the drug situation, national security, and his role and other things. And the things he didn't do right the last time, he would try to do it better to win people like Mr. Nagbe and the CMC over to him. So he said these are the things he'll be doing moving forward. Mr. Nagbe, go ahead, please.
Well, thank you very much, Sylvester. Great job, and welcome, Johnny. I wish an announcement had been made as to why Jerome is not here. As we all know, Jerome, he has been the regular moderator. And for those who are asking, it's only because Jerome and I are partisan. I think we agreed yesterday that, you will step aside and somebody will moderate. And
so he came on first, but then he left.
Did. He came on and then he left. I don't know what happened, but I'm just explaining to why Sylvester is hosting. And Sylvester, you did a wonderful job. Thank you.
And before you continue from that, I think there's a post in the area. I think we have to be clear because that was a concern that Sonia said. Tomalin said he did a post. I don't think we should discuss it, but a post in the area where I should preserve for tonight. So there was a post in the area. I don't know if you saw the post or so, but there was a post.
No, I'll go back and see it. But
In the
I'm
chat
just
room since today, there was a post there today. That was in the, I think I was, maybe you didn't see it that way you asked the question.
Yeah,
but yeah,
no,
go ahead, please.
I'm getting the people typing the comment. I'm getting inquiries, but thank you. I'll go back and see that. But Mr. Cummings did a good job. You know, Alice Cummings, this is the third time running, so I think he's beyond the introduction. So most of what he did tonight was to still introduce himself, and he did a wonderful job at it. But you know, those who are packaging him, when you get an opportunity like this, you have to put out your message. I don't know if he really put out what Alice Cummings wants to do for Liberia. He answered a lot of the questions, but you know, if he did, then that's fine. But I was hoping, talking about the drug situation, talk about it, and then contrast how you would deal with it as Alice Cummings, the president. You know, other issues. I didn't hear that, but generally, I think he did very masterful. I think he's really. Someone typed in the comment section that he's getting good at this, and that is quite true. I think he's ready to address this whole sexuality thing head on now. He's ready to deal with it. I mean, I never heard Alice Cummings use profanity, but he says it's bullshit, and he's right. I think it's those who still continue to cling to that. You know, we all know Alice Cummings is married out of it, but he did wonderfully. Quickly, let me spend another 30 seconds talk about what Telvie were talking about, because some of his followers are here in the comment section. Let me say this to them. You know, politics in Liberia, unfortunately, is sizable portion of our electorate. They elect people based on feelings and emotion. They're not elect people based on the issues. Otherwise, Alice Cummings would have been president a long time ago. But some of his followers who are very passionate about him, they're very condescending. They present themselves as know-it-all, and they turn people off if they don't know that. That's part of the reason why people are running away from Alice Cummings. So what Telvie said was right. Some of them are typing in the comment section.
Don't be mad about them.
Yeah, you know, let him deal with it, but it is true. Some of his followers are driving people away from Alice Cummings because they are all over social media, presenting themselves like they know it all, and they don't. They don't. They don't have all the answers. So they need to go and figure. I know they're paying attention. I'm sure Mr. Alice Cummings is listening in the back. He needs to talk to his people.
They don't even know 5% of the answers. They don't even understand the political.
But thank you very much. That'll be my post.
I love.
Opinion coming?
Yeah, I'm bringing
get a panelist chance. I mean, the moderator. Why you jumping at that? My first time seeing you jumping at that, too many.
You be on up too many, and I will bring you on soon. But let me say this. Can we get some level of thank you, thank you, guys. Thank you. To Mr. Nagbe's point just, and I thought Mr. Cummings did respond to most of those things adequately. For example, Mr. Sito asked me a question about the educational sector. He answered the question. He said that question was absolutely to the point. He said that he got a solution to the problem. The solution to the problem is from the tertiary level, primary level, and the secondary level. He's going to engage training teachers, equipping them, and ensuring the training package is going to be from step 1, B, and A, B, and C. Equipping them, training them, and giving them good, and incentivizing them. That's the solution to the educational program. Then you come with what we call the instructional aspect. I thought he handled that very well. The drug situation also, he said he came from the point of incentivizing most of our security sector people. If folks are not incentivized, there's room and the other things. So he spoke to most of those things as to how he would do it. He criticized them, but I thought he proffered the way forward and the solution. Rawa, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Damn, my brother Tomalin is hot. He ready to post analysis. But listen, Sylvester, I gotta give it to you. You did a good job, and
I gotta know why Rawa is so. Why 2 minutes?
The post analysis will be 2 minutes. And Rawa, your own thing is you always say 1 minute, Rawa, 1 minute. You always request for 30 seconds. Anytime you go 30 seconds, you go 2-3 minutes. No. The post analysis is going to be 2 minutes, and let's stick to the 2 minutes.
Sylvester, You didn't
because
get. You see what I
I
mean?
need to bring people out of here.
Sylvester,
Bring too many.
Sylvester,
Too many
I
won't get
give
here.
you
Now they
credit.
say.
I give you credit. Now you tell me. You didn't tell me the number though, but you tell me. But it's all right.
No, but no,
But
no, I
listen,
did Mr. Nambe fed in the 2 minutes. That's why.
listen.
Let's
I
hear
thought you
fresh.
did a. I thought
I
you
may
did a
have,
phenomenal.
Mr. Nambe was talking about thing, but Mr. Nambe always can fit within the time. To be
I
very
thought you did
honest.
a. I thought you did a
So go
phenomenal
ahead.
job. And by the way, you came dressed for the occasion. I often dressed up when the presidential candidate
Oh
comes in.
yeah, yeah. You
I
know,
think it's
so
important that we look presidential and this is
yeah, we can be having and we don't do those things. So
exactly.
we got all those things in
So
our closet.
right.
People don't think that we get
Right. So we got some expensive
and
suits in our closet.
we got it in
We
our
got some
closet.
and we come, and stuff like that. So but listen, all jokes aside, I love when Mr. Number is animated. I really love that. I love to
Somebody
see
sent me
Mr.
time
Number.
and they say, you let me go to ANC. Yeah, come in, want me to be a spokesman. I will take it, no problem.
So
Somebody
Mr.
sent me a
please,
message.
please
I will
note
take it.
that you took 30 seconds of mine, 2 minutes.
No, go
Uh
ahead.
yeah, but
Reclaim your time, Robert.
Mr. Number just took 10 seconds of that too. But but listen, I love when I see Mr. Number animated. But I thought you made listen. Generally, I thought the interview was great. I think this is one of the best interviews ever. I think it was disciplined. It was the questions were tough questions, and I think he answered. Let me say this though. I think that Mr. Cummings, based on his presentation, I think just from looking out in, I think I think he's learned a thing or two. And I will also presume that his followers have learned a thing or two. I would want to play the devil's advocate. Listen, I think that there has to be some changes, especially when you have surrogates of the candidate. Part of their job is to make sure that they're also helping recruit partisans and sell comments. But I think that Cummins has been dealt a difficult first few years in the Liberian political dispensation. To some extent, that pushed the partisan, to become very defensive. And it doesn't make it right, no. But I think in many instances, sometimes, I'm not talking about the constructive criticism. I think they had no choice but to just be combative. You know what I'm saying? Has it help Alice Cummings? I don't think it has. And I will hope that as we gear up for 2029 and beyond 2029, I will hope that the partisans of ANC too have learned, and they're trying to involve in the process. And there are many ways we can respond to a negative or derogatory comments about the standard bearer that we can constructively respond to without being disrespectful. I think that's a fine line. And I think that's what Telvi alluded to, and to stick to the issues. Lastly, I listened to the calls, and I know Cummins tried to say, that's the CDC radio station, but I think a lot of the callers, and even some people within the city, within the ANC, will understand. They won't say this publicly, but they will say this behind closed doors. That what is the realistic path of Cummins becoming president of Liberia? And to answer that question, we have to be realistic. He has a lot of great ideas, but to implement those ideas, he must become president of Liberia. He must enter the executive mansion. So my only hope will be that he considers the possibility of what that looks like. How does he come close to the presidency? And anyone who tells you that an 80-year-old Alice Cummings would not would not make the same impact as a 69 or 75 or 76-year-old Cummings will be telling you a lie. I think he and his team have to strategically figure out the best path to becoming president of Liberia. Lastly, Sylvester, and I'll close on this note. I will continue to encourage Alice Cummings to listen to to the lady who called. I think there has to be strategically a response to this gay thing. I had no idea how seriously this gay thing was. The Unity Party and the CDC was able to really define Alice Cummings about this gay thing. And I don't think the party internally took this very seriously. There has to be a concerted effort, a strategic response outside of this being bullshit. And I like that. So this is Liberia. You have to call bullshit bullshit. You can't just be diplomatic intellectual all the time. You have to give fire for fire, right? But I think there has to be a concerted and effort to strategically respond to this gay thing as he intends to visit these different counties. and be very explicit about, I'm not gay, I've been married, I have beautiful children, I love women, I love my wife, and I would not tolerate any other political opponent defining who I am. This is who I am. I think he has to be very, very defiant about that. But overall, I thought it was a great interview.
Thank you. Peabody. Then from there we descend to Pewee.
Quickly,
the money is up. So
I think Mr. Cummings just awakened my speculation that he could be the next president for Liberia. I mean, I've always thought he was the best choice for Liberia. I've always thought that, and I still feel that way today. And I don't know. I mean, when it comes to the economy, when it comes to governance, he just kind of, I mean, when people know something from the way they respond. He was relaxed. He didn't seem like any overwhelmed by any of the questions that were asked. I like the fact that he referenced bullshit, because sometimes people lied so much, and it's not lied no more. You got a right to call it a bullshit, stuff like that. And he was right about it, because that lie kind of fell into the mouth of our people, and people just ran with it all over the country. That the lady that called, maybe we need to put that in our vernacular, in some of the different languages, the vernaculars, and let people play all over, and they describe it as nonsense and BS that Liberian people did to him. But one thing quickly he made reference to, and he said that the vice president have done nothing of all the confidence they placed in him, all the responsibility they gave him. He had done nothing. That's terrible. And now we're saying people are challenging this vice president. He's hiring a whole media group and using government money to do that, because he took over B Mountain, and who knows how many B Mountain is pumping into the vice president office every month. And he's done nothing. They gave him responsibility for Yellow Machine. Nothing had been done. They gave him responsibility for B Mountain. Nothing had been done. Unlike previous government, this guy had more responsibility than the last vice president. He's all over the place. I mean, because the president is old, and they say, my man, I can't go to certain places. I can't do certain. The body can consider it. And they gave him all these tasks, and he has done nothing. I'm glad that observation was done, because he's done nothing, and he's just in the mix of all kinds of stuff. The vice president here, they need me in trucks, they need me in this. Even the European Union was able to notice that he's so much into B Mountain and stuff like that. I think that's sad. But overall, I was not surprised by Mr. Cummings here tonight, because he's an excellent presenter. He knows what he's talking about, and Liberian people don't make mistake. You got a leader, but you're not looking that way. You just want to look one side. And I love that he talked about the collaboration with other political parties. President Weah and other people. I hope that leads into something great to really bring the hope that Liberian people are crying for. I hope it leads to that. Thank you, Dopoh. Thank you.
Excellent.
You meet that, Professor.
Excellent. Quickly before Tomalin hanging in a little bit. Pewee, just take it from here, then we'll move on to Tomalin quickly.
I'm sorry if it gets distracting in my background. I'll turn it off. I'll give somebody a chance, but I got my 8 months, so he's disturbing the back. But I think
no. Tell the man to continue, man. He go ahead.
You're not playing. You got 8 months. You're not playing.
Well, man, listen. We need to grow the population. We should propagate.
Hey, listen. I don't know what you're talking about, man. Oh, my budget set up. But anyways, thanks for everybody. I really want to say thanks to Tevye. I always hear Tevye on the show. That I never put a face to the voice, but I think she says something. When you're dealing with people of that caliber, you just got to respect the time, your colleagues. So there are a lot of questions I would have asked, but I didn't get a chance to ask me, obviously, because of that. But I think Mr. Cummings, he did a good job. And contrary to your belief, you think you like to say the BS word, you got to understand the society you're in and how you deal with the society you're in. Liberia is not a BS society. It doesn't make it come up right. it make you come off disrespectful, it may come off rude. And I think where it's communication advisor advising that, advising wrongly. The lady who called, and not the lady, probably could have Jenkins' response, even though Mr. Cummins did not say those words verbatim, but he was like pretty much saying, "Oh, I will never condone this," and even added, "Well, if I become president, I'll make sure it doesn't happen." That's what Liberian electors want to hear. Not BS. I think his PR is wrong in that sense, and I think he should revisit it. I think it's a mistake. It's a strategic mistake. The reason I'm saying it based on experience, and I'm saying it based on my educational background. Liberian society is different from every other society. America will take BS every day. We hear people in the House of Senate or here in Congress saying BS, and it's sometimes they even say the F word, depending on what they at. But that's America.
Can I ask you a question?
No, not right now. Don't interrupt me.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So at the end of the day, it's not right now. You don't do that, for the society for yourself, and because Liberia is different. A man wrote an an intellectual manuscript or book where the only person that will read that will assume that you can read, you must have read, you like reading, you educated. Because of Costa residual pressure, asking Adivas to want to resign because he said he disrespected women. Adivas wrote something that it took you to read to get it. And for the fact that you really get it, he didn't go back to cuss people or whatever it is. So I think there's a women's pressure from the Liberian community, the selective women justice pressure that he's got, because women get justice when it's politically motivated, but they don't have justice when normal things happen in the country. That pressure made him to ask him to resign. Right. So when I think Mr. Nagbe talks about his leadership style, and I was very intrigued to getting the question to that. Yes, as a leader, most especially as a political leader, there are controversial decisions you're going to have to make, and there are certain tensions you're going to have to withstand. Mr. Cummins coming saying, "Oh yeah, the BS." To be honest, I could be wrong. As a public relations specialist with education in that, BS is the wrong message for a population.
Can we mute? We're hearing feedback. Baby's crying.
No, yeah,
you late, Victor. I got fast already. I'm sorry. So, yeah. So,
your baby said disagree with you. Like,
exactly. No. He agree with me.
He agree.
Because I have another guy trying to talk in microphone, I will keep some of the things I want to say when his mom gets in later on. I will come back and say more because I don't want to be disrespectful to the viewers and the audience. But I think he should pivot next time with the whole BS answer.
But can I ask you a question real quick, please? If you don't mind, can I ask a question real quick?
No, let's say the question. Let's say the question. We'll come back to that because the John baby comrade vehemently disagree. So you continue to do this on up. But too many John, go ahead, please.
Who turn?
Yeah,
too many them come to Tevi. Too many go ahead.
I think it was generally was a good interview. Working with special time, but the feedback we're getting is encouraging from people. Look, I would say this: our Liberian people. Look, I think the whole is man too much. There's I don't know what the word to use, but the way in which what they expect from him. The acts of him is so much as compared to other candidates. And this man will come to the interviews. I think he had the most interview he and Moneybar than any candidate I've seen. Okay, they will come and break it down what they're going to do, their vision, everything, how the country will move forward. But getting still, then they will yearn for change. They want this, they want that, they want jobs, they want this. But then when it's time for them to exercise their own power to vote, they vote differently. Look, like he said, 2029 is the last drive. He has done it all since he's been making his case ever since, saying everything he's gonna do. How many candidates that have won election like bro in the last couple of years have done what you guys have done? To come and stay for hours and take interview and question them. I would say this: if the Liberian people are serious, they will start to pay attention and listen to what the people are saying, what they will do for the country, to move the country forward. Because else they will continue to cry. We're suffering because you continue to vote the same way. Okay? I mean, he broke it down. He has done it again. He did it again tonight. He broke it down to explain the problem facing the country. Look at the budget. He talked about recurring expenses. That's where all the money go. He said, I'm not doing it because I want the money. No, I've been blessed. I want to make an impact. And I think all I encourage the Cummings to do here is team to continue to go around the country, hold town hall events, have interpreters there to interpret what he's saying to the people. As he's speaking, the interpreter, the people who don't understand the English or so forth, you bring it down to their dialect, depending on where he's speaking, so they can understand. So when it's time for them to vote, to make the right decision. Because they will, if this man will explain, tell you how much your country got, what the country sources, the riches the country have, and then you go and vote. The person who will not even say a word to you, you go and vote them again. Look at me. Bogada even campaign over the country, but they gave him the country. Still, he empowered today. You don't talk to the country much. But yet and still, you take it tomorrow again, they have election tomorrow, you see the results. But the good thing I learned from this thing is that even though they say one of the errors is a CDC radio station, which I read it, I think a lot of people can call that station. But they talk about collaboration. I think it's important. And whatever they are planning, whatever they're discussing, Cummings and the CDC or all the other part of the CMC, I think they should continue. Because I believe if they collaborate the right way, the result will be different. At the end of the day, like people will get what they're really looking for. So I think he did well. And let him continue to get his message regarding the issue by his supporter. Look, honestly, if you're in a political fight, people attacking you, I see ANC people fighting, CDC people fighting, UP people fighting. When you attack Boyka, they come after you too. You attack Wea, they come after you too. You attack, that's how they are banned. I know some people care to the extent where they try to do it too much. But I believe most of the time, if supporters are passionate about your leader, they're passionate about their own leader too. When you attack the leader, they will come. But the question should be asked, what are the people that are making the attacks are officials of the party in high position, or just mayor supporters? It will say the chairman of the party or the national official of the party was doing an attack, we understand. But if you a regular ANC supporter or Cummings supporter, you attack Cummings, they go out, they will respond because they're attacking the leader. You see the attack we are sharing, we respond. Yeah, Boga will respond. That's been the problem. That's why you have personal issue with them though. But if not the case, if the leaders were doing the attack, we understand. But most of the time I see on social media is they marry the supporters are the one that are fighting. But like he said, I'm sure he talked to the supporters. When the people attacking you, have to go to the extent where you go lower them too. When they go low, you go high. I think apparently what he's telling them. So look, at the end of the day, Liberia will have less than 3 years to election. Liberia will decide again. But if you hear all the things that the people are saying, come and tell you, say that time, tell you that your country wealth, and where you can make how the country can be better, and you still go and vote the opposite. I mean, then we Liberian people, maybe we curse. We really want to change our country because these guys I've seen comments taking time and over. Like, break it down, answer questions. How many other people, the leaders of the country, can come and sit on a platform for 2 hours and engage people from diverse backgrounds? How many people can do it? So we should get them credit when they do these things. It's not easy to come and sit before people with different background and take questions from them. So I think he did well. All the panelists, I think you guys are on point with your questions. Time was limited, but I think people, you guys did well. Let us keep on to open the platform to others. They are welcome. The platform is not opposition platform, it's not government platform. For Liberian people, welcome and let's discuss about Liberia. Thank you.
Debbie?
Sylvester Pewee, Tomalin spoke for 8 minutes.
8 minutes?
I
didn't take note of that.
Lord.
8 minutes, 30 seconds.
I'm following to 8 minutes.
8 minutes, 30 seconds.
I'm not going to be that long.
I was a little distracted about that. Sorry about this. Go ahead, Debbie.
Anyway, no, I think it was a good show overall. I think, I'll be very honest, I didn't expect anything less from Mr. Cummings. It's not like he performed anything extraordinary because I've seen Mr. Cummings quite a bit, on SKT. But besides that, presenting to people, being the explaining things. That Mr. Cummings' playground. He's a C-level executive. He's been in the boardroom 1 million times. So I didn't expect anything short of that. He just did what he's used to doing. That's his strength. And so I think it was a good thing he explained. One thing, there are two things I appreciate from Mr. Cummings tonight. One, he was very honest and open when asked the questions. And he's always been, even when we had other platforms. He would say as it is. He's not. He didn't lie about it. He was forthcoming. If they didn't do it as a team or as a party, he would say, no, we didn't do it, or we plan to do it, or thanks for the feedback. He's always been that way, and I appreciate him for that. And he's not lying about things. He's not sugarcoating things or pretending to be what it's not. And for me, it makes a whole lot of difference. So I appreciate the honesty. I like the idea of collaboration. Before, I know we used to hear that quite a bit, and to Mr. Nagbe's point here, people felt that they're too good to collaborate with anybody because nobody's worthy of them collaborating with, because they know it all, they have it all, and nobody of their standard to collaborate. So I'm glad that he's thinking in that direction, because teamwork, collaboration, that's what makes the world. You make a successful team. Liberian people make up their mind. If they don't want you, they don't want you. You can have all the skill set, you can have all the money, you can be what. If they don't want you, they don't want you. So it's good to use different strategies. And I'm glad that he's thinking in that direction of collaboration and looking that, really considering that direction. I want to talk about the behavior issue. I hear people saying, oh, at the moment, people don't do it. Look, we can express our differences without using profanity. I would disagree 1 million times in my sleep. Because somebody cuss me or use F or B word or whatever it is, doesn't mean I reciprocate. That's the word. The same word. I wouldn't. Because it's a reflection of you. So that whole thing, because CCC people cussing, using F word, ANC, you F word. I'm saying to Mr. Cummings, I've said it to him repeated times on other platforms when I'm on there. He comes there. If George Weah come here, I would say the same thing. If whoever else come here, if UP people come here, I would say the same thing to the leaders. Because guess what? We don't see Mr. Cummings and Mr. Leonard Perkins or those people cussing on Facebook. It's the handlers. It's same thing like the bank. Like that, you're in the bank, you go to the bank, you go to Wells Fargo or whatever it is. You don't see the C-level executive. You see the bank tellers and the personal bankers. So if they are rude to you, you will withdraw your money close to your account and you'll take it to credit union or whatever else. So it's the same thing. So we're not going to say, oh, because Mr. Cummings not cussing nobody, or Mr. Perkins or whoever, or Lafayette or not cussing people, whatever it is. These people on Facebook for the different parties, they are the ones who determine whether people vote for Mr. Cummings or not. Based on the behavior of Mr. Cummings' handler, it would make me to tell my relatives in Liberia or my people in my nonprofit group to tell them, say, y'all go vote for Mr. Cummings or not. We did the same thing for UP government.
Debbie, quick question. Are you politically engaged? Are you, by any chance, lacking in a political institution in Liberia?
God forbid, heaven forbid. I would never say my attractivity. Most of them hit me up. I refuse, including the same ANC. Okay. And I refuse, and I will not join it. Let me go on record. I love my independence, because when I roll on my bed, wherever I get on, if anyone one of them misbehave, I will boldly come here and say it.
Okay.
I will say it. So no, I will not join it. I don't mind consulting for them. They pay me the money. We'll sign the contract, but I will not join no political party. So
has Mr. Cummings personally reached out to you?
I will not comment. I refuse to comment on that question. Thank you. Next, back to the next.
Dr. Faki.
Let me finish my team. Why y'all leave me on? Y'all let me talk.
Go ahead.
Tell me, if you're so bold, I mean, I know you to be bold. Okay, all right.
Tell me, it's Puyho Dr. Faki cut tonight.
Yeah, exactly. That's all right.
I love Mr. Cummings personally. I can have him. I'll be very honest. I've said it repeatedly.
You a trouble, man. Hold on.
I love Mr. Cummings. And Mr. Cummings, no, I have nothing personal against him.
No, Sylvester, I really want Seleke to be our fly on the wall. I want to hear what it's in the chat room.
Go ahead.
But Telby, you will not answer that question. But he said you will no longer escape him. So if he call you today,
where you will put it in, that your business.
If he call you today and give you all the right reason, you will still not join.
What rare reason? You know about critical thinker.
Yeah, well, you want me to give you the right reason? You already made her kids.
We have to let me tell ya.
No one tell me for the short time. She will say, "People can't find S Y and C been causing a poor on behalf. People
No. So back to the issue though. I want to talk about the curse words. To tell you the truth, I love Mr. Cummings personally. He knows that. I mean, just because of the accomplishment, I've said it 100 times. His accomplishment, I think he's a good mentor. I think he's a good leader for our time and all that. The people that are supporting him, market for him here, what I'm market for him, like the people that are on Facebook, on somebody's show in here, are talking it with my full chest, and they can't do nothing to me. I'm saying it. I will say over. He doesn't mind me saying it at all. That's the good part about it. But I will also say the issue of the gay stuff and all of that, I agree with the color and everybody else. I'll be very honest with you. When I first heard Mr. Cummings use the BS word, and even on another platform I was on, when he said that, when he asked the same question, he said, go bring 2-3 of your wives and see what I will do with them, and then you will know what I'm gay. Totally unnecessary. Totally uncomfortable, totally unprofessional. I least expect for me, if I had to vote for Mr. Cummings that day, I wasn't voting for him because of that. Because I feel that he could still talk about his sexual orientation without using profanity or dressing it that way. I am not a gay, like the colors say. I'm not a gay. I have no. You see my family. I respect gay of whatever they want to do. Even something we do in America, we work among gays, everything. We accepting that the choice. We work with him professionally, but I will not be there if I'm a Christian, whatever he is. If my kids want to be, it's totally up to them, but this is where I stand with it. This is my position. But the BS word and all of that, that's a turn off. That's a turn, especially, and then in our context, how is he modeling good behavior for the now gen and the future generation? That's why you got all the older men. Look at Samuel Jackson, the other men. What the other men from Wasuma school? Other men, they're causing using F word in posts and all of that. No, we should not do that. He can set up his orientation. So whoever advising him, like I said, whoever advising him, I think that's the wrong path. I like the idea that he's becoming more forceful because he was more of that ballroom kind of person, softly. But you can still be strong without using the B word, the A word, and all of that. You can say as an authority. You can command the whole room. He knows how to do it.
You had a time to confront him. Why you didn't say that to him?
You give me time. I mean, Pewee, you are not sure.
No.
You did not give me no time. What are you talking about? You are not scared to talk.
That is unfair. You had an opportunity.
And you don't let me talk about post analysis. You won't give me time.
Go ahead. Sorry.
You know, if you give me the time to talk, Mr. Cummings, I will say as it is. I will drink water after. No,
Tell me about 10 minutes now.
Okay.
You keep interrupting me.
All right, Gabby, conclude.
I finished. I stopped here now because I can't talk no more. You're probably better.
Keep in time. When it comes to me, then you can remind me of the time. Everybody else, you don't remind me about keeping time now.
I'm about to go to Seleke, who have been very disciplined and patient tonight, and but some things he said, Tevi, in our culture, I think the reason why Mr. Cummings may have said what he said, the culture we find ourselves, you have to not only reject it with the kind of way you want to do it.
Seleke made a comment. Let Seleke speak. Don't defend. You're the moderator. Don't defend Cummings.
No, I'm not
important.
I'm not ready.
Important. People, go ahead, please.
I'm not ready defending him, but in our culture, to even say the way you said it, I say, yeah, we don't accept them in Liberia.
Exactly.
You will be isolated if you were to try that.
Yeah.
So that's why I think today where the anger came when he used the BS and word.
Look, Sylvester, let me quickly I know you're getting something. Let me say this, right? Liberian people, Charles Taylor has taught us they like fighters. You understand me?
Exactly.
Charles Taylor will come on cousin, he was still like
exactly.
Yeah.
I disagree with my brother Toure back there. I think Alice Cummings, I think he deserves a certain amount of cursing too. Let him curse.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Because everybody knows Alice Cummings is not gay, but they continue to peddle that nonsense. And I agree with you. It is bullshit.
Absolutely.
He can say defend his posture, his sexual orientation without using profanity.
Let me say this to you. If someone would say that to me, still going to be my word. I would say my first answer would be bullshit. I would say that's in bullshit.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right?
People will be in this space so long. People not call all kinds of names. We're not stuck at your power. All kinds of names.
But Kevin, has it changed the minds of the? Okay, so all these years, Cummings have been responding in kind, very intellectually.
And
has
it
changed that mindset?
No, but listen, you know why they haven't changed it? Because his handlers have been very rude to the people that want to vote for him.
No, but the handlers should not be the reason why we were perceived.
No, be the reason because they are the only people that people see to make their judgment. They don't see the Cummings there all the time. They are the ones on there. They are the ones people see for the most part.
I think the handlers are playing the role of protecting their own political leader in some cases.
I rest my case.
Seleke, I will come to you, then move over to my dear big brother Johnny, who is
so
also
after Johnny is me, right?
Who is also very patiently relaxing.
How many times you speak on the show today?
Oh, I ain't speaking.
It's okay. It's also in the back. Anthony is signaling. He's in the back.
Yeah, Anthony is in the back.
Don't bring it on. Don't bring it on. Don't bring it on.
He coming to defend political leader. What's up?
Before you continue, I would love you listen just not to Teddy. And I would love for you to take it from that angle about your political leader, Henry.
Thank you, Sylvester. I like
and
that.
I know you follow the show religiously, but I want you to take it from this angle of Teddy, that the point is some of the color that the way he responds. Did Mr. Cummings' way of responding to this whole gay bullshit right?
Yeah, first of all, greetings to everybody from my end. It's early in the morning at 1:43 in the morning. So
you taking tests tomorrow?
No, I finished school. I'm waiting to defend. Hopefully by next week.
Okay, congratulations in advance. Yeah, go ahead.
Again, thanks to all of you for a great show tonight, especially you, Sylvester, with motivation. But I think since after the show today, there's a pattern I've witnessed on the show, trying to take away all of the good things Mr. Cummings has, stated on the show today on the interview by both Mr. Nagbe and Telvi, which is quite unfortunate. And Mr. Nagbe, this interview was scheduled about 2 days ago. Yesterday, I think about 30 minutes of yesterday's entire show, Mr. Gayman continued to lay out the questions that is expected for panelists to ask Mr. Cummings today. So for you to even mention that Mr. Cummings' entire show tonight was about introducing himself, you are the panelist, you are the interviewer. Did you ever ask Cummings any question tonight on the show that you didn't answer, that you're not satisfied with? You came by and said, I'm not satisfied with the question, and we posed a question you didn't answer? You're the panelist and the interviewer. Unfortunately, maybe there's a hidden motive, because you share different political views that don't support his political agenda or whatsoever it is, and so you come on the show to try to discredit and say Mr. Cummings' PR people should prepare him well to really articulate his vision. Mr. Cummings will not come on a show and just start talking about his vision. People will have to ask him questions, and if you ask him like Mr. Jackson and Sylvester clearly stated here, Mr. Jackson asked about the education. What are you going to do to improve the education sector in the country? And he spoke about that. He spoke about the trust issue. So it is upon every panelist that were on the show tonight to have asked him the necessary questions that you wanted to ask him. But he didn't do that. He left, and you come and say the entire show was about introducing himself. That was quite unfortunate, Mr. Nagbe. And secondly, this whole thing, look, Telvi, Mr. Cummings is a father, he's a grandfather. So all the excuses you are giving right now, how Mr. Cummings should speak, how you should give excuse, I think that's being unfair to him. You don't tell a grown-up man how to respond to issue just because you want to be president of Liberia. It's being unfair. This man has been falsely accused for many years, since 2017 to today, about gay. Do you know how Mr. Cummings? I remember one time we went to Bon County. We were having a meeting with pastors. And all the serious issues that we were confronted with during that time, they could not ask any question about whole day gay. Mr. Cummings had to wake up that day and spoke on behalf of her husband. Respectful way. Do you know what this man has gone through? And now he's in a bad guy now. Oh, people will not vote for you, handle this, and let me say this, Toby. Except you say you're not following Nigerian politics. But everybody that is one way or the other affiliated with specific political parties, we've all been into this heated argument trying to be condescending one way or the other. But for you to make this thing like that the ANC people can do it, among all of the political parties that we have in Liberia, this is why too I think you are being unfair to the ANC people. You see, and this is when Mr. Cummings talk about you will not allow people to define, this is where he's coming from. Y'all want to say that people come on the internet and say all kinds of things about Cummings who will not talk. You know, and Liberian people, we have a population that are so gullible. They listen to closing argument. As soon Rabbi say SYZ about Cummings, they say, one Rabbi say Cummings are the person who, well, are true or not, they don't care about that. But when Anthony Gay come out to respond to that, Anthony Gay is acting that he know more. You know, and then, you know, we have this mentality of trying to play victim all of the time. And I think it's wrong. You know, all of us that are one way or other affiliated with political parties in Liberia, we try to defend our leaders. We try to defend our political parties. And so now, for everybody to say, for you to print a picture here that the ANC people are arrogant, they let to others they know more, they let to others they know. I'm not disputing that fact. But when it comes to defending Mr. Cummings, we will defend any day. Especially the people who come with lies. And disrespectful to him will be disrespectful to your own political leader. If you don't have a political leader, will be disrespectful to you. Because he's a father, he's a grandfather, and just because he want to be president of Liberia does not give anybody a right to disrespect him. You know, Mr. Cummings, funny people that are more alienated should not be disrespecting him. You know, but we try to take this time, you know, sometimes to explain some of these things. But the fact that all the conversation tonight, great interview by all of the panelists here. But the post-analysis is for us to be able to highlight some of these things that were discussed during the interview. But trying to kick all the one aside and make sure about the ANC supporters, they are this, they are that, committee answer questions, you know, he was trying to introduce himself. I think it's being unfair. Mr. Cummings had an interview, this was planned. All of the panelists here, they knew about this show. If you had a specific question that you know that Mr. Cummings can address as the president of Liberia, you should have asked him, and he will answer. If you're not satisfied, you do a follow-up. You know, so that's all I have to say. But I think Telvi and Mr. Gayman, they are being unfair to the show tonight. They were here. Some of us will stay in the
Mr. Nagbe, amen.
And we've been following. But for them to come out tonight and make a show about ANC supporter, Dr. Richardson, people complain about Dr. Richardson, Mr. Nagbe, on the CMC. Has the
that means we got to respond to you, right?
Hold on. Yeah, I'll get if I respond. No problem.
Sileke, you're going too far. I think
let him let Mr. Nagbe. I'll get the time. I'll get the time. Go ahead, Sileke. Go ahead. Sileke, I'll get you 30 seconds to conclude.
I'm just trying to set up an example, right? People complain all of the time about Dr. Richardson, for example. No disrespect to her, respect her a lot. You know, I don't share some of the opinion that people share about, but has the CMC gone into a caucus and say we dismissing that Richardson because people complain about her? The answer is no. You know, so all of the political parties in the country, we have people like that people complain about. So this is not ANC thing. And this show tonight is not about ANC supporters. It's about what Mr. Cummings came here tonight, and you, the panelists, asking questions. Let's try to analyze some of these things. And talk about it, but to make it with the ANC supporter, hey, Henry's not doing well.
So, Sileke, let me ask you this. As you're about to learn, let me ask you this.
Mr. Nagbe, you're coming from
I want you to learn with my answer. What exactly did Mr. Cummings come to do today?
He came to have a friendly engagement with the panelists on the.
That's it?
About Liberia, yeah.
That's part of the friendly engagement.
Johnny, why are you laughing?
What?
That's part of the friendly engagement.
Sileke,
that's part of the friendly engagement. Am I speaking French? That's part of the friendly engagement.
So when you leave, for you to change your entire.
It's post-analysis. Why you want me to talk?
Sileke, let me hold you that.
You want me to
let me hold you that. Tavi, hold on 1 minute. Tavi, hold on. Sileke, hold on. Sileke, hold on 1 minute. Sileke, hold on, please. Let me hold you there a little bit, Sileke and Tavi. the reason of Mr. Cummings coming on this platform today is to have an interactive section with the platform and the Liberian people and say about the kind of leader he would be and discuss the current unfolding events of the Republic. That was that was the principal reason behind his coming on this show tonight, to discuss national issues, to discuss the way he sees things as they are unfolding in the country and the rest of that. So that was and the way he will handle things if he were given the mantle of authority to steer the affairs of the Republic. I will come back. Before I can come to you, Anthony, welcome. You've been the runaway panelist, but good that you're back tonight. But I will go quickly to Johnny. Johnny, of course, himself a Liberian politician, a social worker that have traveled to the bitterroot of the Republic and understand the social cycle of the Liberian politics. Johnny, you listen to Mr. Cummings from the social perspective and the political perspective. If you were to do some analysis and just post this his argument versus what being said now, what is your own takeaway from his? Okay, anyway, you follow a little, but what's your takeaway just from his closing comment from the point you joined us tonight?
Yeah, thank you, Pewee. Thank you, everybody. Let me just jump to the issue. I mean, everybody have done well. I think Mr. Cummings need to consider his communication component of his engagement with Liberian people. Mr. Cummings needs a practical sociologist to understand the socio-culture and mindset of Liberian people. Mr. Cummings need to ensure that Liberians, 90% of Liberian people understand who Cummings is and what it means for him to be leader of this country. I mean, how much Cummings speak on this platform, how much he says on radio, how much he talk about, in as much as other parties were able to stigmatize Mr. Cummings negatively in a way that today in almost every village, when Cummings need to talk about him with people again, Cummings need to ensure that communication strategy that is not just be on the radios and the social media thing, but meaning the person to person, people to people communication is well in place. People understand why people label him as such as he being the best today. I mean, the word he used, the BS or whatever he used, is still for Liberian, maybe 1% population or less that follow radio, follow social media. Those women and men that sell in the market, in red light, in water that are in the villages, in the towns, not only follow what happened tonight. They don't know what Cummings ever use the word BS or AS, whatever. But Cummings, if Cummings is serious to be Liberia's president, Cummings has to reach, and I think he said it in his closing, like trying to undo some things that he did before, and they're trying to start something that will improve relationship. Cummings need to open up a link between him and the people. There has to be a communication link that people will understand who Cummings is and consistency as a person. Like, I like the way he said he's going to go to Maryland County. Yeah, to go to Maryland County is good. I want to know what we'll be doing in Maryland County. Who is going to be? Who's going to organize his engagement in Maryland County? I rather who coming here someone like me. Not necessarily me, but someone like me who understands the socio-cultural context of every part of Liberia. Then you know how to engage when a community entry, how to engage with them, and then they will understand who you are and what you are saying. On terms of Cummings can put that level, he's a good man. I mean, I've met him 2 times now. In 2023, I had a meeting with him, and when we spoke, I think I spoke about for 5 million or less, and he said, "Look, Johnny, if I hire you with me, I think I'll do better." I said, "Well, thank you." The second time I met with him was just maybe about a few months ago, maybe early part this year again. I had a meeting with him, and we're discussing Liberian politics going forward. And I gave him some insight that he will understand moving forward. And I want to stay here because that was an in-house discussion between he and I concerning what I know. So he's making some discussion. He meeting with people in the background. He meeting with other individuals and political leaders. But as an individual, he needs to make his need. What does Mr. Cummings need in the Liberian politics? Who do we know him for? How can we link him? For example, Mr. Weah is linked to be a superstar, football star, and a philanthropist. Mr. Garguah is going to be somebody popular. Oh.
He's frozen. When he done, Sylvester, I got a caller on the line. Sarah.
I think he's frozen. Yes, then we move. We'll take the caller, then we come to.
All right, Sarah, go ahead.
Yeah, hello everyone, and thanks you guys for holding this show.
And also, I want to say thank you to Mr. Cummings for coming on. Listening to Mr. Cummings, I didn't follow the entire thing, but there were some points that I listened to, and I kind of want to highlight. And I think that he did a very great job on that when he talked about, well, I think it was a question about collaboration and what, each person or each party will agree to do. And also he talked about the healthcare system, the education system, and all of these different sectors that are now working, and government upon government have come and gone, and still nothing is being done about it. So if there is a collaboration, what they would do in order to get things accomplished, and also what even if they can't accomplish it, they will get the expert. I thought that was great. And I think I want to, congratulate you on that, because I think getting things done for our people should be a number one priority for any government. So even if this government does not work, and any other government that will come in, if they don't have the experts, let them get the experts, let them pay for the experts so that our people can get the necessary, or tangible that, or our country can get the necessary tangible that we need, because we are far behind. So I just want to highlight that, and I think that was a very great point on his part. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So let's do
Johnny, Anthony.
here.
Hello, everyone. You guys can hear me?
I guess.
Yes, sir. I hear you.
I guess you listen to your political leader, and what say you?
First and foremost, good evening to every one of you. Good to be back. And look, Mr. Cummings knows his issues. He understands, what Liberia lacks today and what is the trending issue in the country, whatnot. This issue of ANC supporter thing, I'm not going to do it on it too much, because my dear sister Chavi know it. Most of the time she posts stuff on comment. Even today, I even commented on her post. She knows that very well. So, I mean, I can even call directly right now, right after the show. She will answer my call. So I got no problem with her, and she knows that. And I'm an ANC man, right? Good. I'm just trying to make that point. Well, that's true. The bread and butter issue of Liberia today, as we speak, currently, this moment, 50% of the population of Liberia cannot afford to purchase 25 kg bag of rice. The reason they cannot afford it because they have no job, no income. So most of them, that 50%, purchase the rice by cups. This is the reality of Liberia. And if we want to talk about the bread and butter issue, and if it comes to the economy of Liberia, who is well positioned to steer the affairs of Liberia when it comes to the economy? Many of you here will agree, Mr. Cummings stands tall in that category. That is the area of expertise. That is the place, that is a sweet spot. There is a song like President. Everybody has their area. That is Mr. Cummings' turf, right? So we need to talk about the issue. Many of us want good governance. Many of us want a better Liberia. Many of us hope for these things. Then we have a candidate who encompasses of those things, who have the expertise, who has the experience on the global stage, who have managed multi-billion corporations, and have been to Liberia, has still CPP, and under his leadership we saw how CPP blossom, right? Today many will come here now and want to cherry pick when it comes to Mr. Cummings. The standard is this high, but everybody else should be here, because we Liberia now. But when it comes to Mr. Cummings, he should be this way. In Liberia, we say, I don't have no problem with gay people. You are part of them. Once you alter that word, gay people can be the gay people. Me, I don't get no problem with gay people. I can work with them. Liberia may see you as part of them. No matter, you can explain from today to Judgment Day. They don't care. In America, yes, we all work in corporate America. We work for big corporations. We work with these people. It is their right for them to work in that space. Do we like it? No, but we have to respect them for who they are and work with them professionally. That's part of the nature of this nation. But Liberia needs the caliber of Cummings to start that effect. And how will Mr. Cummings get there? Many of us who know what is good for Liberia are sitting here today, but want to act like we want to be too critical to the point. We don't have too many good characters of people who are working in government today to say, yeah, we can beat our chest that this person is going to do the. Many of them are corrupt.
And if we are to name names to now, you probably have more names than I have right now. Many of you on this platform may have more names. And we hear people say, oh, Mr. Cummings need to do this, Mr. Cummings. Aren't you also hoping that a person of caliber who will put Liberia first, who will create job opportunity, who will invest into agriculture, who will invest into healthcare, who will invest into education, who will invest into tourism, who will invest in areas that will create jobs for our Liberian people? You all want that, aren't you? You do. So what do we do now? We already know who this man is. You have interviewed this man. Mr. Cummings have had more appearances on radios and talk shows than many Liberian politicians. Second to him is Dr. Karen Maliba, right?
Time.
They are also made multiple.
Time.
Oh, okay,
Time.
yeah, also made that too. So here's what I want to say, and I'm going to close with this by saying, look, we have our job to do, but the Liberian people understand Mr. Cummings has what it takes. That's the reason why when he speaks, when he utter a word, it's get amplified in the country, not because he's, beyond reproach, but because he carry what it takes to lead our country. I'm going to leave it right there.
Thank you. I intentionally allowed you because you just came in.
No, I got a special announcement. Period.
And Sonny, but
breaking news.
We should announcement that. Go ahead.
Breaking news.
But tomorrow we'll have a special guest, the Deputy Minister for International Cooperation, Economic Affairs, or Foreign Affairs, Abi Nye. He'll be our guest tomorrow. Recently the Foreign Ministry, Abi will be our guest.
Is he open to talk about the drug? Because they open now, we're going to talk about it.
Yeah, proof of Sarah.
Yeah, he'll be coming as our guest tomorrow. So let us get ready to prepare. So you can go and do. Let me finish now. Let me finish first now. We're going to do research on the guest and everything. We need the question we need to ask tomorrow. We can ask it. So we'll be doing the flyer right away. He'll be our guest tomorrow. So let us come prepared. Closing argument. Let us come and engage the Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs. And every question, I'm sure he prepared to answer all the questions that's in the air. So let's come tomorrow and engage the Deputy Minister for International Cooperation and Economic Integration, IBA. He'll be our guest tomorrow. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. It's Ibrahim Yan. Okay, Dr. Ibrahim Yan will be our guest tomorrow. Good. We have a lot of strange faces today.
See?
Go around by, don't let my time by.
So they may call me and Mr. Nagbe. We see a chance to reply our response.
I think you're going to come back to us. Yeah, you call our name.
Stop calling me, please, because
I just remind you, I'm not saying anything. I just remind you.
I come to that quickly. We've seen our street visits today, but let me move to welcome my own big brother, Kehleboe Gongloe. Kehleboe, welcome.
They went to air friend.
Thank you, Pewee.
Yeah, thank you. I'll come to you soon, Kehleboe.
Show has ended. Kehleboe go by. Show has ended already. Kehleboe go by. Show has ended.
No. Yeah, exactly.
I listen to comments. I came for post analysis.
Yeah, Kehleboe came for the post analysis. And Kehleboe says see the viewership is around.
Are you related to the councillor Gongloe?
That's his
brother. His junior brother.
Wow, you guys sound the same, man.
I'm not related to him. I'm Kehleboe Gongloe.
That's his blood brother.
I know who else is related to. He related to Dr. Fofana. You talk about
you reminded me of way back in the kindergarten, Prima 1, Prima 2. Teacher of my son.
Teacher,
yeah, the teacher. So I will. You have your say, Rawa. Then I will engage. I will collectively both get to Nagbe and Tevi to respond to what Seleke said. Briefly, we'll get each of them 1 minute, but I'll go ahead. Thereafter, I'll come to the big brother, the mathematics, to get one side of the report. And I hope that the Gian comrade over there, you see, when I said he agree with me, so he said, yeah. But first time you disagree with that. But I'll go ahead.
Listen, when Jomo Jala of all people, and trust me, I need to have a drink with Jomo Jala. I think he's a nice guy.
But when he makes outrageous comments like the closing argument is a CDC platform in the Liberian political dispensation, where people are so gullible, people believe what they hear. And as a panelist on the closing argument, how do I respond to that? Do I respond to that intellectually? And how would you choose to intellectually respond to that when we have opened this platform to everyone? I mean, Tomalin George just announced that a government surrogate, a government employee, and a government professional would appear on this platform. What sorts of a partisanship platform that allows all voices to come on? So when he makes that politically insensitive comment, how do I respond to that? Is it bullshit or should I just smile about it? And by the way, bullshit is just an aggressive way of saying that someone is being deceptive, that people are propagating lies, and it's about time that those lies and misinformation be responded to in an aggressive way. Listen, in Liberia, people continue to ask the question today: if Charles Taylor came back, would you elect Charles Taylor? They're not talking about impact. They're not talking about they don't care about Charles Taylor's record of war crime and all of the mayhem that were caused under the role that he played. They're talking about how tough of a leader he was. People believe Charles Taylor when he got on the radio and he spoke. People believe him. That's what they're talking about. And so in the Liberian context, I think Cummings and the ANC have been very nice. They have been very intellectual enough. And I think it's about time to not abandon the intellectualism, to not abandon discussing the issue when it comes to education, infrastructure, jobs, the economy. No, we can still have the discussion, but it's to look in the faces of deception and say, keep quiet, and say, stop the BS, and say, stop the nonsense. I think sometimes it's allowed. And I don't think it takes away anything from Cummings as a person. When you hear a woman from the remotest part of the country saying, they still don't get it, that Cummings have said that, listen, I'm a married man, I'm a devoted husband, I'm a leader, I have kids. They don't understand that. And people have still ran with this narrative that he's gay. He's gay. The fact that we're still discussing this after many years since 2017 says it all. That propaganda, that is talk. People believed it. And in Liberia, people don't like this whole gay thing. People believed it. So listen, I disagree with this whole thing about insults. There are many ways we can communicate, and sometimes in Liberia, we need to be bold. We need to be blunt. When people come at you, if you come at my family, if you come at my wife, if you come at me, you expect my wife to be intellectual? No, that's not the kind of wife I have. Oh, no, 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 no. She's going to come at you. She's going to come at you very, very hard. And so it's very simple. I think this is appropriate. And I think Cummings has exercised some level of restraint and discipline. And on this note, I will support the ANC people. I will support Cummings. I don't think it's a bad strategy. I don't think it's an insult. I think it emphasizes the importance of clearing this air once and for all. That listen, I'm not gay. I have nothing against gay people. And if I'm president of Liberia, I do not tolerate gay because I understand the social and cultural context in this country. But another thing we're not talking about is the hypocritical aspect of it. There are politicians that are gay. There are politicians that are messing around with men, with young boys.
Ministers and managing director of corporations.
Absolutely. They're messing around with young boys. They are raping young boys. They are taking advantage of those young boys. What do we say to them? Oh, because they're not running for president? So they have the right to do that? You see, I will close on this note, Sylvester. And I didn't mean to take my whole time to talk about this thing, but I think it's important. It's very paramount that Cummings and the ANC are very defiant on this matter. This is the only way it's going to go away. In the villages, in the town, in Monrovia, intellectually, you have to call bullshit bullshit. Bullshit is bullshit.
Don't play with me. Don't play with my character. Don't play with my family. You want to talk politics? You want to talk issues? Let's talk issues. You want to focus on the issues intellectually? Let's talk policy. But if you intend to intentionally and reluctantly and deliberately change my character that I've worked for all these years for political gains, I have the right. My people have the right to stand up and be very defiant about it. So if I was supporting Cummings right now, if I was part of his communication dissemination arm, I would not be afraid to tell Cummings, Mr. Cummings, this is not an intellect. You don't address this intellectually. I think you've done enough. From 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, I mean, Kyle, we are entering 2026 and people are still thinking that this man is gay. There's a seed that has been planted and people are so gullible. The voters don't have access to the information. I'm sorry, my people. The voters don't have access to the information that we have access to. The voters are not as intellectual as we are. They don't understand. They don't understand that. And so it's about time for him to say, my people, I'm not gay. I'm not gay. I'm a married man. I'm a corporate American man. Yes, I've been in America for a long time. But you know that there's statement about American Liberians, right? So Cummings has the right to say, listen, I'm not gay and I won't be gay. But last is Sylvester, 30 seconds, and I promise you 30 seconds. I think Cummings and his people must go back to the table and also not take for granted the concerns of callers. The concerns of callers to say, you have to be realistic here. Cummings' ultimate goal is to become president of Liberia. The question is, what is that path? What does it look like? And listen, I don't have to have a PhD degree to look at the past record and to look at what we have right now. If George Manawia, say what you want to say about him, is in the race,
30 seconds.
And in Liberia, we don't vote on the issues, blah, 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 blah. I think it's important for Cummings and his people to get to the table and say, listen, how do we form a collaboration that incorporate our ideas of what change looks like? And how do I get closer to becoming president of Liberia? And I will say this, 80-year Cummings will be much more impactful, much more influence, a transformative leader than an 82 or 81-year-old Joseph Boakai. So again, I think Cummings still has opportunity here to become president. He has to pick a choice. He has to make a decision as to what is the clearer path to becoming president, because I don't think ANC alone works.
Okay, Ralph, thank you.
Thank you.
You just reminded us that too many spoke for 8 minutes. You just went for 8 minutes and 56 seconds. So you highlighted too many points. You went for 8 minutes 56. Some more 9 minutes you spoke for. You the longest speaker since the show started today.
You don't take too much time.
No. I got reminded of you reminding me of too many. So I didn't
he won't tell me
But quickly, before I can.
I see how quiet one. Open my mouth. Nobody will interrupt you.
Before.
Debbie, I'm staying with you. Debbie, you're right.
Before I can take the big brother, Mr. Gongloe, as someone who, of course, I got a lot of respect and believe in, I will go quickly to Nagbe and Tevi for their 1 minute each on the issue from Seleke. So Nagbe, I will start with you. Just please, let's take it 1 minute, 60 seconds each, and then we go quickly to give Gongloe 4 minutes to get his observation on issues down.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Sylvester. Seleke started interrupting me. Let me do my 1 minute. Look,
Seleke, no interruption.
Let me tell you why I say Cummings should curse. You understand me? Let me tell you this. The label they are putting on him is an attempt to feminize him. You understand me? You got to keep it in context. You got to show that he's a man too. He's a fighter.
Can you repeat that? Can you repeat that, please?
Let him curse. Let him curse. I said that, but I'm not his advisor, so he doesn't have to take it from me. But I like the fact that he's fighting back on that. Having said that, let me say this to my young brother here in my 1 minute. Look, I can understand why you feel offended, because I believe you're one of the handlers who advised Mr. Cummings on what to come here. Look, every politician, any opportunity you get, especially to come on a platform as big as this, is an attempt to sell you what you intend to do, your idea. Don't wait for us to ask you. And don't come here to engage or interact. You came here because you are a political leader. You're selling yourself. Tell us every opportunity you get, contrast you from what is happening and why people should vote for you is the point I was making. I didn't mean it in any way, and this is the first time I'm seeing you so animated. I like that. I like that I brought that out in you, but that was my intent. I believe Mr. Cummings had a wonderful opportunity. He did some of it, and Sylvester pointed that out. But I think every opportunity he had, he should have used it to tell us why, for instance, what he would do about the drugs, what he would do about IG Coleman, what he would do about the roads, what he would do about agriculture. He had a wonderful youth program for eco-economy. I think you're going to repeat some of those. Those are the points I was making. But if you're offended, I am not sorry that I said that. But personally to you, I am sorry. But I don't like to see you so animated. But again, I like what I saw. But thank you very much.
Thank you. Before I can come to Tevi quickly, the issue about Cuomo again, you see, and I was taking note very clear here. Mr. Cummings said, if I'm managing a manager and everyone around the manager got some problem, that manager will be a problem. So he addressed Common thing very well. He said, if the fact that somebody posted the fact that Common, everybody around the police chief is having the issue, somebody said, they asked him, how you have treated the Common?
So here's the thing, Sylvester.
He said he's not the president, but he's managing a manager.
Here's the problem. Here's the problem people have.
You'll get rid of the manager.
The problem people have with Alex Cummings is this. He speaks very, very philosophically. What he said was a ballroom answer. Tell me I will fire Coleman. That's what the people want to hear. They want to hear all that talk about manager.
He said you'll get rid of that manager.
That's not what he said.
And he said it was not his opportunity. Now, what he was saying now, he said it is the president's responsibility, but he cannot manage a manager that will be in problem with all his senior people around him. So I thought
he would deal with that manager. That's what he said.
He said that. I thought I got him clearly on that. I took on point on the issue of his responses and the rest of that. But quick to tell you, so the issue of Seleke, I thought, and I gave him some number of minutes, and I'll give you the same 1 minute. Seleke spoke. I thought he spoke in a way that fearlessly about the party that he loved and party that he support. And what's your own say about reference to what Seleke said in line of your accusation against the ANC folks about them being condescending in protecting their own political leader?
So first thing, I think Seleke was out of touch with the whole conversation. And I think, first of all, he didn't read the agenda. Because if he read the talking points for today, then he will realize that our comments or our feedback to Mr. Cummings were appropriate. Because he had some of the talking points that had to do with what would he do to encourage or win first-time voters or voters, and his how he's going to change his strategy and stuff like that. These are some of the things we're talking about. How you going to win somebody like Telvi over to your side? So these are the things we're talking about. And what I say he's out of touch because they expect all of us to give Kumbaya all favorable answers. I'm not wired like that. I will give you the good and I will give you the ugly because we all need room for improvement. No matter what, some can say that some of us can be Mr. Cummings' horse boy or horse girl or whatever, or driver or whatever it is. Mr. Cummings in himself appreciate the feedback that we give him. And so I talk about how he, the collaboration, and I expect that nothing less because his Apple has always been this way. And I appreciate how he's been forceful in a way. But I disagree that, again, how he addressed the gays, something talking about BS. Now, I would say this, when we all on the platform can respectfully disagree, I'm okay with it. But let Mr. Cummings put a team together and put that team out there and say, every time they ask you about gay something, say BS. Tell them say BS. And then come back and do a survey based on that to see if that gave me even another 1% vote. If somebody tell me that, let's put it down for $5,000. Let me see. 30 days. Put a team together. 15 men. Put it out there. Every time they ask about something, say BS. And then come back and see through that, do a party survey and say, because we said BS for 30 days, we want 1% additional vote. No, you will not.
I'll give you. I'll give you.
I'll give you to be quiet because I interrupt you.
I'll give you a couple of seconds.
Okay, give me 30 seconds.
What we have done differently, if you in your capacity as communication advisor to Cummings.
But I'm coming there.
Yeah, how we have done. I want you. How we have done to. I mean,
how many percentage vote? How many percentage vote he got without saying BS?
But give me. He didn't want to. Did he say BS? Maybe I didn't hear that part because when I used to be on SKTV, when you were asked that question again, He said it was BS. I'm okay with he saying nonsense. We all say nonsense, right? But to say BS, but he said that go bring 2-3 of your women and you will see what I'm getting. How does that help? Look, everybody don't think the same way. Some people expect, give me chance. Every time you excuse me, excuse me, every time you interrupt me, I will add another 2 minutes. Every time you interrupt me, I will add another 2 minutes. You call my name 10 times. Sidiki, you call my name 10 times. I call your name 1 time.
Debbie, go ahead.
Let me chance. People protect me, huh?
I get additional 1 minute.
And Sidiki, you're not talking after I talk because it's not about you and myself.
I get you additional 1 minute. 1 minute.
So let me say this. Many people, not everybody expect all the BS answer. People expect, some of us and some of the most professional people, or most people, they expect modest civility. I'll be very honest with you. You can still speak, especially addressing sensitive issue. Speak to the issue. People expect plain spoken language. Speak to it. I will tell you, I don't know what you're talking about. Foolishness. It's foolishness, but I am not a gay. I am not this. I have a family. I have children. You know, whatever way. You have to understand. I understand. Rabbi say, "Oh, I will call the BS." Rabbi, you're not running for presidential office. But if you say that to the educated population, people that critically think, you will not even go to 1%. Because everybody not wired like that. They think because we all Liberian, so everybody will accept it. First of all, our culture, our environment. Before the war, people were not speaking like this. The culture not being to become so rude and disgruntled. People just rule all over the place. You see the grown men using F-word impose, causing all around this place. It is unnecessary. You can still address sensitive issue without being rude or using all the cuss words. It doesn't get me any closer to the executive mansion. Nor does it give me any additional vote. So I disagree, and I will continue to say that Mr. Cummings is a good man. I think he's a good leader. You know, I wish I can convince all the Liberian people to give him a chance. But again, maybe when you give him a chance, you will bring the same people on Facebook that have no experience in leadership or management or governance or risk management, but you get in position to can't talk tap because that's what they do in government office. Once they get me jail, if you interrupt me, I will have 5 minutes. Every time you interrupt me, I will have 5 minutes. Because that's what they do in government. No, I'm just joking. I'm just joking. Every time they come into power, they bring the people who cost the most, the people who are singing their praises, and not giving people position based on the experience. But that's why the country continues to be brain drain and talent drain, because we don't reward talent. We give people based on their rudeness on Facebook or because if they can sing their praises. But the one good thing I would say here, because somebody mentioned something, I'll wrap with this. Somebody said, well, I'm saying this because that ANC people, their handlers are disrespectful and insulting people now. That person must be out of touch. And to the other viewers, I have been resounding this from SKTV days. That was before election. From Focus on Liberia days. And that's some of the places Mr. Cummings remember me from. I have been consistent. And I'm glad that Mr. Cummings agree with me that they have changed. But even though some of them have changed, some of them still rude and even worse. Men and women, not one person, men and women, I can call the whole list. I got the screenshot, I got the names. Mr. Cummings wanted, I will give it to him because I have a direct number and I will rest on that.
I respect the opinion of Telvi, but not everybody.
I didn't say everybody. Did I say everybody? I said somebody.
I say I respect your opinion. Why are you being so harsh like this? Hold on.
I'm not being harsh. I said somebody. You're still fighting.
Oh, hold on now. You're my good friend. You know,
of course.
I can come at your thing. I can call you right now. Your answer, right?
I'm honestly. There's few others. Emery, there's few Emery.
I would know that you and Telvi are a good friend.
Exactly. You don't have to say all that. You patronize him. Hold your ground. Don't let him patronize you.
I cannot be Eastern boss.
Hey.
Thank you.
Slow down.
I'm done.
Thank you.
I'm done.
Thank you.
I have something to say.
We will quickly before we can move on to Ture for his point, and then move across the.
I thought Kehleboe was next.
And move across the panelists. I will take this time, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome back to the show Mr. Kehleboe Gongloe, who of course has been on his self-imposed sabbatical.
I know, right?
I accept the welcome, but I reject the description.
Mr. Gongloe, before you come in,
I've always made phone call. I've always participated.
Anyway, you're right, and I accept that quickly. I accept that. But before you go there, I think you listen, if not in entirety, to most part of the conversation with Mr. Cummings. And if you didn't listen to this point, I want you to use this moving on. He drew a point about the current vice president. He said the current vice president scores 0, and he's very incompetent. And as a vice president, I've been given a lot of tax by his boss, the president. And he also commended the president of actually giving this vice president a lot of responsibility. Unlike the president at the time said he was packed for 12 years, but then he out of empower his vice president, but this vice president had proven to be very incompetent, and he scores 0. Basically meaning the mining sector, where there was a demi statement from his own kinsman about those things. So I would love for you to start from there and move on and give a post analysis as to what is your impression about Mr. Cummings moving
forward. Am I coming after him?
Hopefully.
Yeah, I thought.
Yeah, after him.
In my opinion, again, this is my opinion, and I don't want Tevi or anyone to be picking up on that. This is my opinion. I thought Cummings did a great job tonight. I thought he was on spot. He was on point on some of the issues. But it's good that Tomalin George is back based on the way he would preface his question. I think Tomalin should go back. Tomalin George should probably tell us, the panelists and our listeners, whether Vice President Kun misled the public. Because when he interviewed him in Philadelphia at that hotel, the Vice President said he was a packer. That is what he said. But the fact is, President Garguah has given him almost 80% of the government tax to perform. Because energy occupies a big portion of government operations. They have given it to him. They gave him price stabilization, price control committee. Prices are still high. They gave him almost every tax. He's not delivered. He's not delivering. So I think it's good that Cummings point those things out so that, for example, Cummings say Kun is a candidate in the future. He cannot give that excuse because we know basically he's running the government. I mean, he's performing, he's doing everything, including even, key recommendation for appointment. We all know this. We don't have to be in government. Liberia is a small country. Same government in Liberia, after one government after the other, they're usually not open up. But what they do, we hear them through ear they say. We know that most of the key nomination, he's pushing the names through the president's office and they're being announced. But he actually did lie or appeal to answer you because he told closing argument a few months ago that he was a packer. And that contradicted what we know, the reality, And I think I agree with Cummings' assessment. I think if you compare in modern Liberian history, political history, or governmental history, Kun is a different kind of vice president for obvious reason. His vice president are octogenarian, 80 years old man whose age is probably not better known to the public. Some people say he's 85 years old. Some people say he's 84 years old. Because quite honestly, Garguah was born in poverty like many of us were born in poverty. He's not even sure where he was born or what year. So, and people change their age along the way. I mean, it's a reality. Let's face it. It's not been disrespectful to him. I came from a village. Many of the kids don't even know what they were born because their parents were not educated. I know mine because my father was a teacher, okay? And I was born at Garguah Methodist Hospital, so I know my date. But 90%, maybe 98% of my other friends in the village were born by traditional birth attendant. So they have no way of knowing that. So that's the reality. Garguah may not know his true age, okay? So I will leave that. But I just want to make a few points. I know people give me a little more time to talk, but I don't want to say a lot because sometimes I can be a little bit controversial and I don't want to get to step on some people's toes here tonight, then it becomes a different thing. But there are a few things I want to say. Tevi, I listened to some of the comments Tevi made, and my dear comrade or Nagbe. I know Nagbe was advancing comments before, and when you were advancing comments in the CPB comments, got one.
You said Nagbe was advancing comment before?
Yeah, you was on comments thing. You can speak now before I continue. You can confirm it now.
Nagbe, are you undercover
When's the tour ending? When's the tour ending? When's the tour ending?
I was a national campaign advisor for the CPB. Is correct.
Okay.
National campaign advisor?
Yeah.
So, I didn't know this.
I know this
for the CPB. Yeah.
I know this for fact, and his advice let CPB to get 1%. So when you come by, so I don't want to be very provocative tonight.
Yeah, Baku.
Go ahead.
But I'll give an example.
Don't look at you every seat to know.
No,
Comrade, what's up, comrade?
When I listen to Tevi,
look, this TCA rogue element can't disturb. Let me tell you, we'll continue. That's why I asked Mr. Coming. My very first question I asked him, my question was, why didn't he fight for the result? That is the reason why I asked him that question, because a lot of us felt that the result that was returned for Alice Cummings was not the real.
I agree with the man. The man said, "It was a time you fight. What the result not change."
Please.
I hold you guys.
It was important because that 1% still continued to hang on him going forward, and we all know he didn't get 1%.
I don't want Kehleboe to get distracted.
He got 13%. Africa got 13% of the vote. Can you imagine that?
Listen, guys.
I don't know the joke.
I'm coming next to Tommy George. Let me talk. So here's the other point I want to raise. I think we have been, in some instances, unnecessarily critical of Comey. The way I see Comey, I'll create a scenario like this. You have three friends who are in a competition. One person is already competent, has achieved a lot. The other two have not achieved anything. But they have different kind of social network, So the one person that achieved more, they can't match his achievement with what they have. So what they look for something that has no evidence to say this is what we hang on. Because that one is here, they say it can spread like fire, but there's no evidence to that. I mean, we all know. We hear a whole lot of rumors from people by word of mouth. We hear a lot of things about other main activities in government. I mean, I remember I was working in Monrovia and I had some respectable friends came to me to say, "Hey, my man, here are things that are happening in the government." I think I was inside the government. I mean, a group of junior ministers who got together. So men, we started to gossip about all the men that we thought were sleeping with other men for job or for promotion. So this is something that is a culture in public service in Liberia, right?
You had too much time on your hands, though.
But Mr. Numbers a reality.
And we're saying for ourselves. And if I remember in that conversation, I said to in fact, I'll call one of the names publicly because he's a popular person. The current minister of finance was part of that conversation. He was sitting there and we're talking about other government officials, right? And I jokingly said, okay, Bill Travel was in that conversation. And I said, you know what? For me, my man, I'm the day one of these guys even just venture around me, they'll say one assistant minister killed another person in Liberia. Because I will actually just say, I'm coming. I'll go look for a weapon. I'll come kill you. Even I don't get gun, I'll look for iron and hit you. You must be strong. I'll kill you. I'll harm you. And I'm out doing you forever. You answer question to the police until you die. So this is something that is prevalent in public service. People who engage in such perversive life, you know, I would say short humor behavior, they are influential. In most government, they sit next to the president and they influence people. And many young people who cannot live on $1 or $5 satisfactory, they go and give themselves for those kind of things. So people will look for those kinds of points because they are in competition, they don't have anything. You know, that's what I would see is part of the pitfalls, is some of the things that Comey is going through. Comey, if you look...
I'm sorry, do we still need to have these numbers on the screen? Can we remove them, please?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mr. Gongloe.
I know Mr. Nagbe is finding every moment to distract. If you look in the post-war democracy, or even if you go beyond the post-war democracy, you know, if you go beyond that, to look at the qualifications of those who have been president of Liberia in the last 40 years, I think Cummings even come with a better credential, competitive credential compared to them. Most of them, compared to most of them. So, but what do they have? I'm not a Cummings supporter, and honestly, I may not even vote for him, but I think in most instances, he's been unfairly treated by who? Not by ordinary people, by educated people. So let me give you one example. If Pewee, and I will set the example on Tomalin George because maybe it will fit in easily. If someone comes to Pewee and say, Tomalin George is a womanizer, but Pewee
that's
Is that official easily? Is that official easily?
Hey, man, we have listened to you.
Man, don't try
to be provocative tonight.
No, but don't tell me, man. What are you?
If somebody goes to you and say, Tomalin is a womanizer.
I'm a married man. Stop it, man.
I don't believe it too. Pewee does not believe it. But Pewee takes every opportunity he answers Tomalin. You ask Tomalin that question. What does that say about Pewee? And that's exactly why educated people are doing the comments. When you ask them, oh, I don't believe Comey is gay. But when they have opportunity, they ask them the question, how dumb is that?
Exactly.
So for me, if I were an ANC person, I would really fight. And anyone who asks that question, I will actually make you feel miserable when you go home in the night.
Thank you.
Because I know how to create scenario. I'll create scenario.
But let me quickly. I know you're learning.
Don't ask him no more questions. The man I talk about.
I know Robert Muff is like that. You want to
5 seconds, please.
The man say you may not even vote for Mr. Comey. You can't even Mr. Comey supporter in the comment section. Can you imagine that?
Hold on quickly, gentlemen. And I will say this, Mr. Gongloe, thank you for this. We'll still come back to you. But one would say, one would know. I may know that Mr. Gongloe probably is a quiet womanizer, and I know that. Or
you may as well be true, Pewee. You might be correct. I love woman business.
A quiet.
I'm married and I love my wife.
No, and he say, I say, it seems he's a womanizer. Love you where you know womanizer is someone I love multiple women.
Hey, I love you when the better talk about the better in GDL.
Listen, if I knew anybody,
he want to just kind of defense of America or
if I Tony, no. What I was trying to say, no, if I knew any other person that been a very quiet, moving man, that is socially said got some issue to even see him around places is this Mr. Gongloe on a serious note.
Yeah, I mean,
his social circle is very limited. To see him when you are assisting him to see him out of social area, it's difficult. Well, you see a man, a guy going, he didn't understand people on a professional line. I would give it to you on the show. But what I was quickly trying to say, Mr. Gongloe,
I cook it myself in Liberia.
What I was trying to say, Mr. Gongloe, is
as a visitor, I cook everything I eat.
Yeah, what I was trying to say, Mr. Gongloe, quickly is that those educated people that know that Kumi is not a gay, the reason why they ask the question is to help those that are spreading the negative news so that he can clear the air. I think that's the motive behind it.
No. Because they cannot compete against it politically.
But those are guys that deliberate, those that want to do it negative, they not mean the guys their own issue. But for some of us, I believe, and I'm one person that will always say that cross, and I've defended Cummings a lot of time in his absence. I did this in Lofa, I did this in Bon, I did this in Nimba. I sat with young people, and I said to them that I said, but I believe the intellectual class, those that trying to prevent him from coming to the same thing you said, Mr. Gongloe, those that are trying to prevent him, these are the same few intellectual class that trying to portray that man because they feel the country is so damn gullible. They will see these things, people will wrong with them. And so it has become a serious problem in him, and that's one reason the man is just frustrated with the nonsense. That's why he used the word bullshit. If you are frustrated, you just go and say things. I think he's frustrated. And he was saying bullshit. And I would join him and I said to the same thing he said. That's why I said to the guy, I stopped at the place. I bought 6 gallons. This 6 gallon container, 2 were drinking pan when I was leaving. I gave them 50,000 that I can remember that day. We had to come. I was never supporting him at the time.
Our country money.
I was kept my own money. My money. Tony, as a matter of fact, 2023, my brother, I was not in government.
Yeah, the man was not in government 2023.
I was not in government 2023, and
people saying this. Let me quickly say this, right?
No, but I think Abraham,
Alex,
I think
Alex saying, Alex,
Alex
using.
Let me.
No, Mr. Toure talk now.
Yeah, let Toure talk.
Let me quickly.
I have 5 seconds. 5 seconds.
Okay. I'll give you 10 seconds.
Thank you.
15 seconds, and then we're going to Toure. Go ahead.
Thank you. First of all, let me tell you why. First of all, Alice used to use nonsense. BS is a step up, and I think he's getting the message. The United People's Party from PAL, we got stuck with $9 rice price. Today, many people believe that because we didn't debunk it enough. That's a lie. But let me just say this quickly. Why I asked Mr. Cummings that question. That 1%. Look, politics, perception, and optics. There are a lot of people who believe Tom Cummings got 1%. Today, they don't even want to hear about that man. They ain't letting him get 1%. There was a reason why he needed to challenge that. Read Michael Rubin. He's a U.S. foreign policy advisor. He documented instances where Cummings was cheated in the elections. He had all the right to go to court. We advised for him to go to court. He went to go for order for 2 weeks and abandoned that case. If he had not won, it would have necessary for him to go there and make sure to make it sane. Let Liberian people know that he got more than 1%. That is why I asked him that question. I'll leave it there.
Toure?
But that Toure.
So Seleke can interrupt, but don't interrupt, bro. Yeah, don't interrupt, my man. I need that you're using that my name there. But anyways, thanks for having everybody here. I appreciate the fact that we can all come here, agree and disagree. But this is one thing I want the city, this ANC and the rest of the other guys.
Sorry, Abraham, is it on me or but the writing on TV face? Or can we?
It's has to please take that out because I don't know, it's distracting.
No, but that's
you show your screen.
The person in control has to take out text.
No,
the person in
that's
control
why I
has to
left
take
the
out
show
text.
because I couldn't see TV show or face. Now,
I can see her face. I can see.
Put that in the chat, and I said, "Yo, please take the team from my face. I like to see myself."
No, I can see her face. There's nothing in front of her.
The chat in the comment section on her face.
Right, the chat in the comment section on her face. So but this is what I would say.
On your side, whoever they produce.
No, it's for the admin. The admin.
That's what I'm talking about. Now you on TV.
Yeah, so I think I wrote something down.
Please stop now.
I don't have admin access.
She doesn't have access.
Oh.
But Tomle,
it's gonna be you, Pewee, or Peabody.
Tomle, let Toure go ahead, man. Go ahead,
Monty. I'm fine. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I think the person that in control don't want anybody to see her face and make a move. That's what. But this is what I was saying. This is what I was saying. Right, I wrote something. I was like, if you give Dr. King, Nelson Mandela, Kwame Nkrumah, all the guys, the great leaders in Africa, if you get a chance to come back to lead now or to start another revolution, they might not even achieve 25% of what they did because back then people believed in their leaders, they was intentional and so on and so forth. However, now in Liberia and everywhere around the world, we all have opinions. to where when you have opinion, if I were a politician, a political leader, or anybody as a communication person for anybody, I will be more concerned on the negative feedback that I get than the positive feedback, because the positive feedback I already got you. How can I win the guys who don't agree with us over? So when my sister Telvi came here and Mr. Nagbe, when we were talking about, for example, the surrogates of Mr. Cummins, how they approached people, or not all of them, some of them, that's what it says, there's some of them, how they approached people back in during the election, that hurt Mr. Cummins more than it benefited him. That's true, because I'm one person who felt personally, I disconnected myself with the whole movement because of somebody in Atlanta, one of our living in Maryland here, the way they went about this whole thing. They will come on that, oh, like people, they're this, they're that, they're that. So when you hear these people saying this thing, they're not calling this thing out. It was not because, oh, we had a lot of things we had to say here and we're only focusing on this part. We are giving an honest review as a surrogate of the party. When you hear this thing, what do? Go back, okay, we hear you. You don't have to come and disagree, because what you're doing, you're just hurting them more. You're underscoring hot point that you guys don't listen to criticism and you're caught up out. So we get it, Seleke. You did a great job. I think you're a smart young man, and I think we got a lot over to the country. All I'm saying to you in a nutshell is, and everybody else who think like you, my brother Anthony here, yes, it sounds encouraging, discouraging, it sounds, whatever it is, but let's hear these things. Go back on the drawing board. Okay, well, this is what the post said about us. How can we now approach this? He says, oh, well, you highlighting to white focus on this one. You cannot tell the electors what to focus on. That's a candidates. You have the responsibility to make them see things the way the way you want them to see it. So if somebody comes and say, oh, they said this thing, forget about what they're focusing on. That is your cue to say, oh, you know what, this is what they're focusing on. How can we now reach your narrative that is focused on something else? I think I'm only one cent across to this.
Your baby crying, my man.
Thank you.
Thank you, brother. That was worth thinking.
T. Josh.
Okay, y'all need to move me around because I won't see my face. Somebody move me to the top.
I know who do the thing, but who do the
move me around because see, I can't control.
Well, for some reason, I can see.
And then when if you're on the platform, you're blocking your face too.
Let me go back.
Go on, Carl. Let's see.
Let me go back up. Let me go and come back.
That's not me though.
No, but somebody.
Yeah,
that's when the admin go to the
admin. Let me say good night to you all. It's been great. Bring her in my position, but I thank you guys. I'll see you tomorrow. Sylvester, bring her in my position. Yeah.
Okay. Good night. Good night, Mr.
See you guys tomorrow.
One young. Let me.
Nagbe gone.
Okay, let me just.
She will not be on. She will not have that on screen.
So we have as our guest tomorrow the Deputy Minister for International Cooperation, Economic Affairs, or Foreign Affairs, IB in here will be our guest tomorrow. He will be addressing several issues, even what was said about the Foreign Ministry on Spoon. He'll be addressing, I'm sure, tomorrow. Everything related to his job and on the Foreign Ministry end. So tomorrow we should come. Let's do our research. We shouldn't come unprepared. Let's come and engage the Deputy Minister. He's been here before. He's a smart guy. I know him. He came on our show before, so let's come prepared to engage him tomorrow. But look, they issued about the range guy sat down and just made out this gay issue on Cummings, and where is he today? He's struggling, and that's why you see. I'm a Christian, I'm a man of faith. Be careful what you say to my people. The blessing or grace that person has. That young man is fighting for his own life. The man who did that in the comics, he's struggling. He was disappointed by the CDC government. He felt that he supported CDC, then later on he flipped on them. Supported UP, then he flipped on them again too. Today, he's struggling for and fighting for his own life. He came up with that story. He even admitted. He said, you know what I did? I think I said, Mr. Cummings being gay, I just made it up. And you see, and that, but again, like Mr. Cummings said, at the time it came up,
No, he's
in Texas.
I think he moved to Minnesota.
Oh, he moved now?
He moved to Minnesota, I think. Like he said,
nationalist. He's an ethnic nationalist.
Yeah, so like Cummings said, they didn't do well to fight back when it started initially. But I think, and to be honest with you, so we don't. That's I think Kehleboe said it or somebody said it earlier. The way that Liberian some of us street coming, I don't think it's fair to him at all. We hold this man. The man came, joined the system, and started to run, and the people just and I said those who don't even do the things that he come to do. How many people can really do it? Sit for 2 hours, 3 hours, go from block on block and talk. But then when he come and do a little talking and try to get vision, we critical, do all kinds of stuff. But the people would not even come, would not show in their faces. They're the one who give the free pass to. So look, I said, let's appreciate him and look. I think I pray that look, you see Cummings, Gongloe, Moneybar, these are guys who Liberians should be thinking about better. They're not thinking about them. They're thinking about the other guys. Okay, and I don't think it's fair to these guys. They made themselves available to the people, talk to them, and yet and still they reject them when the time of election. So I think he has played. I mean, look, I issue about gay thing. I mean, everybody. Somebody texted me and said he shouldn't use the word and bullshit. Somebody been texting me, but again, the level here in handles how to handle that. I think he should, like somebody said, he should go when he go to these town hall events. He should speak to the people in a dialect. Those where you go, they don't know that. Especially that Johnny said. Johnny's a social worker. He been throughout the country, and these are things he was very honest when he said. These are things that people can say about him. And the people, they lie, that lie fit them. But he goes to these town hall events across the country, and somebody sit down and say, okay, tell the people exactly about this, what people say the men are lie, explain in a vernacular. I'm sure that it will change, the people's mind will be changed. Because some people in our society, you can't even, like society, you can't even say, oh, to be engaged, no problem in your life. We can't, no, because we're America, we're not Liberia.
Yep.
We're America, not Liberia. Like America, we work with people who are gay, who lesbian, who are different gender, but you can't do it in Liberia. That culture, the culture reject that. You can't even say it. And in fact, that was how he tried to answer that question. He was thinking in America when he said, yeah, I struggle with that lifestyle. Yeah, but people don't, they didn't understand. That was even the late, that guy, they said, you sure you answer the question the right way? You're trying to tell you, say, that in America, you in Liberia. Like people, they won't take the thing where you're talking the right way. America, you can say that. Like obviously, yeah, you go people of that nature at your business. But in Liberia, people say you reject it right away. Don't bring it around the people. They said, we have no one in our society to do that. We're never tolerate in our society. So, and every time you get an opportunity to talk about it, let him just dismiss it. Let him just talk about it. Let him address it. He will keep on doing that. And if people sorry, should go and do the same thing. Look, about his support.
Somebody can I support you a little bit because I'm going on and off. Yeah. So there's something here. Liberians, you know, I'm not in the communist camp, but communist camp has a lot of opportunities to transmit his message in a way that Liberians will understand who he is and how good he is. And I wouldn't say that because you know that is like with him that you said. But look, most of the money that comes to Liberia, do Liberians know that it comes from gay communities? It comes from gay entrepreneurs or gay philanthropists? You know, but again, it left with people who do the proper research, proper analysis, and know how to counter this message about Mr. Cummings. I know for a fact that most of the funding that comes to Liberia, they are the leaders of groups are gays, are lesbians, are homosexual, are completely contrary to Liberian culture. But they are there also speaking on behalf of Liberia to access those fundings for humanitarian work. But it's left with Cummings and his team to do proper research, proper analysis, and know how to communicate with people. Look, Mr. Cummings and Dr. Monaba got similar characteristics. You see, almost everything he said today, I about the same thing Monaba will say everywhere he goes, right? But there's a need to make sure that Liberians understand these messages. And being on closing argument, being on Spawn, being on all the radio, yes, it's helpful. But Mr. Cummings need foot soldiers in every community. In every community. Cummings is going to Maryland County. What is he going to do there? Who's he going to meet there? What will be his message there? Because he's from Maryland County. The post of Maryland County, Cummings was there. In fact, he went up at he lived there. What is he going to do? What is the problem with his family and the people of Maryland? How you gonna how is he gonna to work with them? Whatever negative information the guy about here in your family, how is he gonna work around that to improve relationship with Maryland County, with G County, and with Grand Creek County, Sano, Grand Gila? Let's say the southeast, where the same comments come from the southeast. Even Tapeta, his father has record in Tapeta. How is he going to use his father record to make his image better in Lima Tapeta? But again, like everybody else said, Cummings is a nice guy, he's a nice old man. I said I've met him 2 times and we have conversation. I've told him some things that I won't say here, and I really hope that as we move, and time is fast spent for Mr. Cummings, for Dr. Moniba, for Gongloe, whoever, all other guys. Time is fast spent. You need time for people to understand your message should not be one-day message. It should be a consistent message from like today until 2029 October. That's what is needed to change the whole political paradigm shift between the UP and CDC. If we don't do that, and you come and talk here and then wait for another 3 months before you talk, my brother, we should get ready to see CDC and UP coming for second round again in 2029. So if they are serious, they need to work hard today. Like tonight, I'm sitting here now, is like 3 minutes to 1 o'clock. Like tonight, Cummings, Moniba, Gongloe, whoever, sit down and come to one agreement and say, look, we have to transform this country. We have to put our ideas together. We have to ensure that we form a team that will deliver this country from the hands of bad governance, bad economic policies. If they don't do it and put, I mean, look, they can agree now and put men in the field. We need men from Cape Mount to Cape Palmas, from Waragizi to Buchanan Port, everywhere in the next 24 months. Then all the whole issue about gay beyond Cummings, all that will be diffused, will be thrown in the deepest part of the Atlantic Ocean. But until that is done, I'm sorry, that message got stopped in 2017, and it's still permeating in Somali society. And Cummings cannot just be on closing argument. Coming to go down from village to village, door to door, person to person. You know, I had a program one time in the Carolina, which we call a people to people program. We go in the community, we start having workshops in the town hall, we make sure go from door to door. So people understand their rights, honor the criminal justice system in Liberia. Those policies, those systems can work. So let me say this to everybody, all my brothers and sisters here from the closing, I mean from ANC, from CMC, from Lino, from Gongloe, LPP, everybody else. If you got interest in stopping the UP and the CDC from taking power in 2029, today, this hour, is almost 1 o'clock a.m. in Liberia. It needs to be started now, vigorously, with men in the bushes, like a real guerrilla warfare. Other than that, where we end up putting our hand up again around 2029 and say, oh, we made a mistake, oh, we made a mistake, and communicate it here. He said that from the past I follow, he mentioned that there were areas where they went short of doing some things. And I'm hoping that this period, the year will not end. Other than that, we're going to have a problem. You know, and generationally.
Thank you.
No, I'm closing now. I'm closing now. So generationally, we need a generational leader for Liberia. If Cummings knows, and Cummings got to be very sincere, if Cummings knows that the population is not in tune with him, and he feels someone else has a relationship with the population, let him provide support to that person and make in the best interest of Liberian people. If we all want better for Liberia between and UP. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Can I do my closing?
We're running up to closing. Yeah, it's 9. Yeah, 9 p.m. Okay, yeah, Raul, go ahead.
Listen, phenomenal show. I think overall, I think Cummings did a great job. There are more interviews leading up to 2029. I will say that I heard the passion in the voices of Liberians admonishing him to consider a collaboration, but I also understand that a collaboration must have a purpose. And I'm hoping that whatever that purpose is, can be formed, whether it's the CMC or the LANO or the CMC or the CDC. I think that he still has a lot to offer Liberia. And what's her name? Rachel. Tyler, I think she wrote a comment that I was drinking on the show. Please don't make assumption. I'm drinking a tea from Grand Bassa. This is not alcohol. It's a tea from Grand Bassa that I actually got from London when I was recently out there.
That
And
tea,
this,
that tea glass there.
A Bassa
yeah,
man, we don't make that kind
I
of tea in Liberia.
yeah, tea glass. I'm a very civilized Bassa man. And so we drink tea in teacups. We have glasses for tea, but it's not alcohol. So stop making unfounded claims. I just want to mention that. I'm very, very well.
The man that comes, man, drink Coca-Cola.
You see the other man. One minute I'm A, 1 minute I'm CDC man. 1 minute I'm Cummings man. I don't understand which man I am now. But listen, I think that I think that the ANC people should not apologize for being firm on this issue. I think this is the right approach. If I was a member again of the Cummings communication arm, and understanding the terrain that we have, I will tell them double down. Don't be nice about this. Listen, you can come for me all day, talk about me all day, but I guarantee you, you come for my wife, you come for my family, oh, you best believe I'm coming for you hard. Because I don't play those games. And I think, again, because he wants to become president and he wants to be presidential, and I think there are times where these things happen, at the end of the day, I am not going to sacrifice my integrity. I'm not going to sacrifice my reputation that I've worked hard for all these years, only on the premise of becoming president of Liberia. And you know what? If becoming president of Liberia is not to enrich myself or my family, it's to impact the country and leave a legacy. If that's the case, I am not sacrificing my family. I am not sacrificing my character. I am not sacrificing my reputation that I've worked hard for only because of that. And so I don't think this is something to keep quiet about. I think they should come hard. And there are many ways to fight this battle. We just focus on this bullshit. Listen, bullshit again is another way of saying you're being deceptive. You're propagating lies, misinformation. I don't think everything has to be intellectualized. This is not about, listen, you don't have to prove that you're educated. When you open your mouth, the way you analyze things, the logic, the reasoning of people know that you're educated. There are people with doctorate degree, and there are people with multiple master's degree. They don't know that here from Ted. They won't. I don't care how much degree they have on a resume. You won't convince me that they're educated, right? So at the end of the day, you have to understand what you're dealing with. You're dealing with very gullible people, and the fact that you had this guy from the U.S. OB, and listen, I don't mind due diligence on this guy. This guy is not a very successful guy in America. He's not successful, Johnny. He's not a very successful guy. This is a struggling people. Listen, God bless his heart. His health situation. I hope he recovers. But this is a guy who had access to the internet, who had a car, right? Got on the radio, got on his phone, and he made a very outlandish, ridiculous, unfounded, comment, and it stuck. So imagine what could happen if an influential politician, even Pewee is more influential than OB. Imagine what would happen if he used his platform, his resources, to just make up lies about anyone, and it just spread. And you just sit back and say, you know what? Let's be diplomatic about this. Let's be nice about this. Bullshit. There's certain things, there's certain lines that are crossed. You have to come harder. This is the language Liberian people understand. You can't be nice about it. So to the ANC people, to Alex Cummings, if you're listening, keep saying bullshit. But I think there are other ways we can strategically communicate this to the people in the village who don't understand what bullshit means. To say to them, my people, I'm not gay. I love women. I'm married. I'm happily married.
What's
I
the
have
question you're not
grandkids.
asking me?
Eh?
What's the question you're not asking me?
No,
The
we're
question I'm
going
gonna
on.
ask.
Got,
No,
no,
I'm
get
done.
to that.
But I'm
Yeah,
done.
Rao,
But great show.
yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Debbie?
Yeah, call me here so I can go exercise because I was doing here Atlanta team here that I never.
Am I still closing? I'm not closing no more.
No, anyway, on a serious note, I think it was a good show. Always a good show, Mr. Cummings. I don't care what the handlers gotta say. I'm not paying it no money. We're taking it all the way to the top. So we really no more. Mr. Cummings got the message, and I know he's a change manager, he's a change agent, and so he'll do what is right. I like the approach he's taking now. He's connecting more and more with the people. That was a piece that was missing. He was still in that boardroom environment, still had not adjusted, but he's connecting more and more. And so I'm happy that he's about to go on this tour so he can talk to the people directly, you know, do more engagement, more hands-on, and get feedback from people. Like, I also encourage you to do good service. You know, we all know that data inform all of our decisions, our strategy, all of that. I mean, coming from this environment. So even if it's not favorable, but at least it will help their planning and the strategy and all of that. So I think they need to do it. They need to do it, and they do it multiple times in a year. So I'm looking forward to the next time he comes around. I'm looking forward to the show tomorrow. And also, before we go, I want to say happy birthday to my president. My president. Today he turned 65. Obama. I don't care what y'all say. Y'all can tell your children. Y'all talk about my president.
How old is he?
Today that his birthday.
How old is he? How old is he?
65.
Wow, the man is younger.
Yeah, the man younger. The man be policy. I like to see my policy. That's my mentor. That's my model. You know, and stuff like that. I don't go there with the whole gay team. No, you don't go there with it. I'm not talking about that. As a whole, that's my president. So I don't want to leave the show without wishing him happy birthday.
Man, they say gay thing come here, the man that open it, it does gay.
No, I hate coming for you for.
You didn't get coming for it. You didn't get coming for it.
The way you respond to it, at least coming is firing at them, but the member he welcome them.
The choice of words matter to me.
Exactly. That's our point.
Okay.
That's my thing.
I
just
send it up. Seleke.
Yeah, thank you, Sylvester. Again, I think it was a great show. Thanks to the closing argument for a great interview today. So again, if you listen to the post analysis, all of the panelists keep emphasizing that Mr. Cummings is a good man, and not only the closing argument, right, but everywhere Mr. Cummings goes to do interview or interact with Liberians, this is the feedback we've gotten. Everybody in the country is a good man, but you don't have the number. But what comes to my mind, if this man is a good man, all of us that are here, I'm very, very sure that there is no non-Liberian on this show. We are all Liberians, and we all want Liberia to transform. We want the best for Liberia. We want Liberia to kind of get a leadership that works for all Liberians, regardless of political affiliation, you know, where you come from, all of that. A system that works for everybody. But most often, we, you know, from the member of the Fofana, those 2-day podcasts and show and all of that, we tend to make it look like we don't have a role to play when it comes to, you know, deciding who can be the better leader for us. I just want us to understand that all of us has a critical role to play into who's becoming the next president of Liberia. You know, you don't have to be from ANC. You don't have to be a member of the CDC or Unity Party. But the fact that we can all admit and say Cummings is a good man. Because, mind you, the closing argument, there's a radio station in Liberia that this show is really on. The common man, they are listening to us. So if every day they come on the show, they hear people talking, say they man a good man. But again, I get a number that people don't vote for him. All that. So it's upon us to kind of send a message that will resonate with the Liberians on the ground, to know that yes, we have a good leader, and it's only fair to give him an opportunity to do what he's asking to do. You know, not so much Mr. Cummings is asking for, just an opportunity. Unfortunately, due to other politicians, the way they've related, you know, making promises, and at the end of the day, they gave the opportunity, the way they feel the Liberian people. So sometimes when Mr. Cummings is even, you know, it makes it difficult not only for Cummings, but for most politicians that, you know, that are honest, that want to do the right thing. When they even come in to talk about a policy, what they will do, people say, oh, look, all of you the same, man. You know, but the point I'm trying to raise is the fact that everybody agreeing that Cummings is a good man, it means well, but again, I don't know the courage to want to come on board to help. I don't know what is stopping that. But I would really appreciate, because all of us, again, this country belongs to us. We are all Liberians. So if you know Kumi is a good man, he's a right man for Liberia, I think whatsoever way you can help, you can contribute to his campaign, to spreading that message that he's a good man, I think you can do it. You'll be highly appreciated, because you'll be doing it for the sake of your country. No matter where you are, whether you're in America, you're in Europe or Australia, wherever you find yourself, at the end of the day, you're still going to go back to Liberia. And I know everybody on the show, we love Liberia, and that's why we come on here every day to make a case that will kind of reflect change in Liberia. But tomorrow I will be on the show because the guest for tomorrow is the same minister who tried to mislead the Liberian people that the reason the July 26th independence was celebrated worldwide was because Liberians were happy with Joseph Boakai. Very, very unfortunate. He's an educated man, that was young. But for him to have shared that opinion.
Hold your peace for tomorrow, then we
so tomorrow we'll be here.
Don't scare the mayor away, my man. Don't scare the mayor away.
Thank you.
Yeah, but thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, and great show. Thank you.
Thank you, Seleke.
Quickly, Pewee.
Yeah. So thanks again to my brother Seleke. For some reason, you're not with namesake. But I will leave it for another day. Don't ask me from where. But thanks. I think he was right. And in closing, I think I always told every young person that I meet, female, males, I think we young people, we have the responsibility to sway Liberia in the direction that we want it to go. And that responsibility comes with every it should be exercised with every fabric in our being, making sure that Liberia goes to where it goes. Now, I personally, I have, like I always said, and I said once upon a time on the show, I got business I'm doing in Liberia. So because I'm very politically aware in as much as I'm not involved. So I've never been a side of any political party before. United Party, CDC, whatever it is. But I supported ANC during the 2017 elections. And I think it was a good cause because at the time I'm on the race, I always told people Liberia, if it should be fixed, it should be fixed with somebody with a business mindset. And Cummins had been the only person who has a business background, in as much as the areas he was occupying, plus what he wanted to lead, they are different in a lot of ways. So I share your sentiments, and if you didn't hear anything else as I close, I don't think. I think maybe we're holding Comey responsible for his delivery. Maybe I too should take responsibility of my delivery as to the whole thing about his response to the gay thing. Nobody is prosecuting Cummins for gay or not gay. I say for the BS word he used, Liberia Society does not call for it. That's not a territory you're gonna put it in. You tell you ask Liberia man, you stupid, and it's like insult. If you say something smart here and somebody says somebody older than you, right? Now, depending on which culture or tradition you add, right? Like most of it in the rural area, if an older person says something, you say, "Oh wow, there you go, that's smart." They internalize it as you being disrespectful because you say, you just knowing that I'm smart as an old person. So why you think I was before? You think I'm stupid? So you have to know there's this course that they in Liberia in college it's called the Liberian Society. It's a course in Liberia. It's an actual course. It was taught at Zion University. But it tells you how Liberian people think, how to move, and so on and so forth. So you tell an older person, "Oh, you smart." I say, "Oh, so that was stupid first." So with that kind of mentality of the culture and tradition, I think ultimate words that BS should not come from, like our sister Telva said, should not come from the person who's running. You can always defend it. "Oh no, work on what it is." But all we're saying to you guys is, when you hear these things, when you hear these feedback, is you should hear it. Okay, you know what? We hear you. Because we, for example, are the ones you want to win over. If we feel you are intolerant to our opinion towards your candidate, we're not voting for you. We say, "Oh, you guys all think the same." So we're not saying Cummins is that. That's not what we're saying. But what I'm saying is this: when you hear something that doesn't worth the man, it doesn't worth the name, yeah, come back, sit down. How do we strategize and what do we do? How can we go about this? But all in all, it's a good show. Thanks, Mr. Peabody, running Peabody, Mr. Tomalin Judge, Sylvester and specifically to the administrators for given me the time to be here every time. There are times I come will say things we disagree, we agree, but I think it was a great show. I didn't think it was meant to grow Cummins. I think we're just meant to see get his perspective as to what he thinks Liberia should be. And I respect Cummins a lot. I really do respect him. Like I know people disrespect him. So let's hope to be civil or continue being civil as we come on here. Thank you, Mr. Gongloe.
Thank you.
Thank you. I like you because of your brother. Hopefully, I got to like you because of you one day.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, when you get to you actually like me.
Quickly, but Jerome, not Jerome, sorry, Johnny close already. So, Kehleboe, go ahead. Then Tomalin will take on.
But I think the show tonight was a great show. Whoever brought comments on the platform tonight did a good job. But unfortunately, I think Seleke left. I would just want to respond to Seleke's closing statement that those who love Liberia should join ranks and come on board, have Cummins. Well, I love Liberia. I think I love Liberia more than probably many people. Because I'm one of the very few people who have done something voluntarily, and many Liberians have not done. I own few properties in Liberia. I pay real estate tax on it. Many people own bigger properties than I do. They don't pay real estate tax. I walk to ARA office willingly and declare that, hey, I need to pay taxes because I pay taxes in the US. So I'm going to pay taxes. And I've been doing that since 2016. But the other thing I wanted to say is that I think Cummins, like any other leader, has his own problem. I would say publicly. In 2018, I walked into Cummins Africa Foundation office, and I gave him a free advice. I said, hey, Cummins, the election was 2017. Yes, 2018 January. Well, Richard Gould made that arrangement. I walked in there. And I said, here is my advice to you. If you are going to go into election, in this country, Liberian, you have to understand the Liberian psychology. They love free things. When they hear they say somebody get money, they will come around to eat your money, not because they believe in you or they believe your message. My 1 cent advice to you would be, no, that was not 2018. That was 2017 January when Richard Gould made that arrangement. I said, here is my advice to you. You got a little bit of money. Conduct a competition among ANC county chapters. Ask them to bring business, to bring business ideas, because you are known to be a business person or you came from the corporate world. Let them showcase their ideas to you and you can fund them. If they're going to get into animal husbandry, say in Nimba or in Grand Basso or in featuring Grand Crew, fund it. And all of that will raise money locally and fund ANC activities at a county level. If you do that, each member begin to see that they have a stake in the party. But if you just throw your money at activities, you may not go far with it. They will see like an NGO that all the men from America, his network is 100 million, this, that. And I told him even beyond that, he and I had a conversation about that. And he said, can you come to help me? I said, no, I just gave you idea. I'm not saying what I'm saying is correct, but you could think, well, you could maybe bounce it by other members. So I think sometimes strategy is very important when we're doing this thing. If you have a very good strategy, the message is one thing, but strategy. You can even decide, I'm going to go deceive Johnny today, and you have a strategy, and you can go and perfectly deceive Johnny, and Johnny will follow you, even though you don't mean anything, you know. So that's much I would say, but you know, we all love the country.
Thank you. Tomalin, take us home, please. T. George, are you there?
He's sleeping.
Yeah.
No, I was talking. I was muted.
I think we can take Johnny. I'll just take Johnny out from the bike, from the techno.
The man on the show.
It's good for you. After 1 year in Liberia, the man
guy but look, it was a great show.
Go ahead, Tony, please.
Great show, and I appreciate the moderator. I appreciate all the panelists' contribution. Look, Mr. Cummings laid his vision again for Liberia today. He laid a clear vision what he would do if he's elected president, and he addressed a lot of several issues. And that is thing we'll be hearing from him. And like I said, Cummings, Gongloe, Moniba, these are guys who have made themselves available to the press a lot of time, and still Liberian people continue to reject them. I don't know why, but then after that, then they will complain, we're suffering. Well, again, this time around, if these guys give them themselves up to them, if they decide to reject them, then I think we want to be where we are. And Moniba always says we are behind the country that is behind. I believe that's true. If we're serious, we think out of the box. And then I don't know why. They when the guys come on the platform, they give a clear vision. They lay it out. But then we announce it, won't be critical of them to the extent where it's like, I don't know why. The other people who are not talking, we just giving them free passes. I don't know us. I'm joking. But who don't even talk, they will not even give the opportunity the guys giving us. But then still will go ahead. They will tell what they'll do for the country, we'll go ahead and like that. But again, we have a job. We continue to be critical of those who refuse to come and engage people. But quickly, the minister, deputy minister, he just confirmed again he will be our guest tomorrow. Let us come prepared and discuss any issues we want to bring it forward, bring it about. Let's come and discuss it tomorrow in all our interests, and let us discuss it. Let's do our research and come prepared. But quickly, just get some update. The records have shown that the vessel in question is owned by this guy who was deputy Roberts Few, and I don't know, the vessel is being searched for. And then they arrested a private bar nightclub owner, Leroy Harris. He has been charged, and so the security forces say that they are now intensified a manhunt looking for this vessel. But look, tomorrow we'll take our time and address all the issues too. Let us all continue to be investigative too. Go and search and come up with and hear what we're hearing. I can confirm that the U.S. people are working with the Liberian government people on this drug investigation. I pray that those who are considered and how do you call them? They are wanted. They are wanted. I hope that will bring them to justice. But one thing is clear: people in government, they must know what's happening, and we pray and we'll continue to dig deeper. If anyone, regardless of who you are, status, whatever the case, I think that they should not spare you, should bring you forward. So if I have a name that Johnny is holding a position in government, and Johnny is involved, I got evidence to prove it, I will call his name, we'll bring your name forward. I won't just call name because I want the news to break the news. No. So I think tomorrow the minister will be clear discussing tomorrow. I think they accuse the foreign minister and the ministry of something. I'm sure tomorrow he will address that issue on the show. But we shouldn't just want to be in the breaking news session, so we just come up with all kinds of stories and just lie on people too and destroy people good reputation. So tomorrow, come prepared. Let us engage the deputy minister. And I know once he's on the show, people will be watching the show. So let us come and engage it tomorrow. But Pewee, thank you. We look forward tomorrow to a good show. And so let's get prepared and see what happens tomorrow. But thank you guys.
And do not restrict our questions tomorrow.
We don't do it yet. You know that one. That's people.
I'm just saying. Yeah, man. So they are posting my question. You guys on my behalf because I'm wondering how it's going to go.
No, we don't restrict questions. You know that, Mr. Kehleboe. We don't restrict questions.
It does not have to even be related to government question. We're asking.
Yeah. I'll say again, all we do protect the guests, respect them, and that's what we do. We don't like somebody come in and then
disrespect our party. He showed disrespect for the Vanguard Student Unification Party. I'm talking to Chuck. I'm going to ask him a question.
And also too, the issue between Ian Yap and Bowman Fambule, we've been trying to get them on board. At least
the Fambule thing. Family who look at Faso the Haji Kromah.
But Famula, you're close, right? On the same progressive movement.
Let me tell you, Tom.
You say Famula who?
In on the progressive movement, all of y'all and
yeah, you say Famula. You say Famula who?
Ian Yap. I reached out to Mr. Yap. Mr. Yap, Mr. Yap. I reached out to him, and at least
it's an interesting right.
I want to get Mr. Yap.
You need to write. You need to read what Mr. Yap or
I reached out to Mr. Yap, and I talk about it. So hopefully Yap will come on the show. You'll come on the show. I mean, that's somebody who I know personally.
I'm reading Mr. Yap respond. I think Mr. Yap. I found that to take time because a lot of things from there refuted. Yap reminded him.
But what I noticed from that guy is young guys. From that guys, not young guys. They indoctrinated with the formula and stuff. So they didn't want to be attacking the man. They see that writing. You see that?
But if they attack the men, then I mean they are not even intellectuals. They are not even reading what the men say. Because the men is exposing. The men is exposing.
Yeah. The man is showing formula.
Somebody was talking to him, right at him, and they all. I see all of them.
For example, I didn't even accuse you of things that you are revealing. That means you didn't read what I wrote. So he went on to say things to clarify maybe historical accusation against him.
Yeah.
I said I didn't write that. You were
he goes to a point to say he don't know the man, but he doesn't say he can recall this thing happened. The man, the man. So
you want to dismiss the man.
But you don't dismiss somebody that is very critically intellectual.
Is always in the business of dismissing other people. That is it. No. And that's what I don't like about him.
No, listen, from that fail on his better flat on this one. The guy, the man is posting a lot in the read up, and I like what the man is posting.
He exposed his intellectual weaknesses.
Formula, they're loud intellectual, not really. Formula don't. Whenever formula is taking on intellectually, you can see his weaknesses, and what the guy did to him.
Look, you see, I will say this. You see, let me tell you, Tomlin. I'm a former co-chair of the Student Unification Party. When I was co-chair, my comrade, the guy who was co-chair, Siaka Masakwe, may his soul rest in peace. He passed away just recently in Atlanta, Georgia. Siaka, when we were there, I'm one person. I refused to go to any veteran house. After class, most of the guys of Mamela go to HB house. We're going to learn from him. They'll go sit around HB. And
I know, and if they want to hear honor, let's listen to what he got to talk
to
because I did not Liberia. The mountains.
I came to the university to learn for myself and open my own eyes. So I didn't go to no veteran house. I never stepped to Tibote house. I never stepped to Formula house. I was critical of Dr. Sawyer. In fact, I was critical of Sawyer at one point. The leg gave enough.
Your brother, I want to Sawyer.
Look, Tomlin, I grew up as an independent-minded person throughout my life. Even when I went to St. Mary's, I was the first in the history of St. Mary's to demand the organization and election of student leaders because they used to appoint student leaders in St. Mary's. I called for the establishment of a political party in 1986, and I was expelled from the school for that matter. It took the likes of Larry Topa, Kofi Woods, and all of Dubanyan. That's how I got to know them. They went back to Senegal to campaign for my reinstatement. Okay? So I've always been independent. I don't follow what others say. I refuse to go to Communal House. I refuse to go to Larry Topa house. Larry Topa was living in Lakwasi. Even Jordan Solendo was sharing with me at the time on 12th Street. He used to get up Saturday morning and go to Larry Topa house. I said, I will not go there. You know, because I wanted to learn and learn by myself in LU. They're going to somebody to indoctrinate me, you know, and I refused to do that. So most of them didn't like me when Siaka Masakwe said, listen, you should replace me as chairman of the party because you are being in the central committee.
Sorry, Chief. That's a point he said. The guy, and Yap is senior. He said, why deny him an interpretation? He has confirmed many of the underlying circumstances upon which that interpretation rests. He denies that Ministry of Education scholarship sent students to Libya, but acknowledged some of them left there to do military training.
No,
they got there with him. They got there with him.
Say this,
he denied people going to Ethiopia and they acknowledged.
I made Kamara to look so simple. Because the guy, let me tell you, Kamara, you say something. Let me tell you, or Pewee. No, one of the reasons why I don't like about the formulas, they are like they are the only educated people. But yeah, the fact about them, and they don't want people to know. Their father are working for government. It is out of government opportunity that they got their education. Because their father working in foreign service. We came from the villages. The struggle we went through, our parents, we have to call pilot ourselves to sell and get education. If the family has gone through that, they were not even going to complete elementary school.
No.
Right? We completed and some guys will go sit in there, then formula called them the son of a peasant. This that nonsense and they laugh at it. You know, because his father was in foreign service. That's how he got education he got at the early age. And it was
he said he didn't play no role in that thing, but he said he used a security connection in Ghana to get to
but even those the guys,
I don't like this guy. I don't like the formulas.
The guys took out in Sierra Leone, a Panama role, the Panama prison. They got and died. They were killed.
I know that history. I don't want to talk about some of the guys that died, that people that I knew.
And then we were the first to arrive in Libya on Mataba base. He went before Taylor. But Taylor asked Martin Gaddafi. Gaddafi told him to leave. But he got on Mataba base before Taylor. When Taylor got to Mataba base in Libya, then it's be there. And Taylor's a great talker. You know, Taylor charmed Gaddafi. And Gaddafi made HB lead to leave for that. You see? And how come he hit the and Taylor couldn't go because Taylor he shall launch the water. Taylor launched.
I seen Patrick Mbaye then struggling to. I mean, is it forced?
I see my young brother Daniel Collins, Patrick Mbaye, Martin Collins.
I will never be a follower of the formulas. I will never be.
Is this forced? Yeah, listen, if I didn't know that, yeah, man, I would try to look for him to be a to him. I respect him. I didn't know him. I'm going to do everything to get close to him.
I know very well. He won an award. I reached out him today. Hope we can get a show on Thursday.
He's very great, man. I respect him.
He's a smart guy. And they should pray the guy shouldn't come on Thursday. You can't Thursday, then I think then we're ready to run for help because
they wasn't a really red.
You know, Tomalin, the guy studied engineering. He's an engineer.
Yes.
The man said he said you don't know me, but you work. You can remember. Listen to a conversation I had before with someone. You don't know me. The man there with him, man. The man there with him. From there, should go sit down. At the time, they benefited from the largesse of the state. They went to school through the state largesse, right? Yes. As you said, so they should sit down. They don't have
the experience we have.
Then we have other young people that still find their pathway. They don't want to find their pathway. Saying that loose people that all of the book formula claim to have learned. Is it impacting anything in Liberia?
Pewee, what has been our formula achievement?
Yeah, what is the achievement?
Besides that one point you published, what has been his achievement?
The man said in Ghana, he lived in Ghana.
University.
Exactly. He lived in Ghana. Come on, then the other people say they can't won't go hold there and say nonsense for big fathers kind of line.
Oh no.
Yeah, the simple the thing
the guy lives in Fosu. Dr. Formula lives in Fosu. And many young ill-informed people follow him.
I'm not been part of the praise singing choir.
Listen, Pewee, here's a guy. I asked some of your followers, say, could you have been Seleke Kromah political advisor in the mix of the Civil War when Ulimo was known as one of the most violent rebel groups? And most of them said no, but I said your mentor, the man you follow, was political advisor to Seleke Kromah because he wanted money to live. He's lived on government money throughout his life. That's why he's not innovative. He's not innovative. All he does is to dismiss other people. When you went to school, tell the Congo children. You want to school with the Congo people children because all of y'all have the same privilege. But you can sit down and then
dismiss that you didn't have privilege. Could you have got the education you have PhD at the age of 27? No. If your parents were calling partner, your father didn't have a cocoa farm, didn't have a rubber farm, didn't have any cash crop farm. How did you get the money? If you're not government funding the money.
They got him. The man asked him if he wanted to talk about dancing around the edge. The man asked him dancing on which edge? That's the formula.
Yeah, formula can just throw these titles up there. Something I don't believe.
Is it the edge of injury? The edge of listen. You got it was the devil formula.
I think we should bring Iron Yab here so we can praise him, we can give him public.
The man hopefully you can Thursday.
Or Boyman formula.
I see all
it's popular because you were teaching at the University of Liberia. Since he became popular and started getting his government job, even without government job, he refused to return to the university. You know, Dr. Sawyer Day, after being interim president, he went to RBB and even taught there. You know, but formula refused to do it. That's the difference between most of those progressive PhD holder and the late Dr. Sawyer, because he remained academic throughout. Even he came to Indiana University, he was a resident scientist. You know, on African peer review mechanism, Dr. Sawyer was prominent on that, and TPU, you can follow that. You know. So, but what is formula trademark? Just going around bo, just around government thing.
No, but look, the team yellow. I'm not all the guys there. That boy Yamia, all the guys there. They want to talk the formula right like him. When you hear them talking, they be speaking like they want to be the British people. All the, I cannot wait. They just.
They are lost. Those are lost cases of Sudan. They are lost.
Wow.
No.
They gotta do.
I would never. I came out from the village and came to the university and decided that I would chart my own course. I'm not going to follow no veteran. No, let me tell you. When I organized the 16th annual Congress of the Student Unification Party, you know what I told? You know what I told Siaga Masakwe? I said, Siaga, I'm not in our business of bringing Teacher Drew or Small Time International to sing. True people are not the only revolutionary singer. You know what I did? I brought Va Pangma sing dancer on campus. I said, Va music said a revolutionary song. I brought Va people to sing for us. I'm a very radical, independent-minded person. I said, no cool person will sing here on the convention. It will be Va people.
The guy said to the point, say that the formula denies participation in the Civil War, but acknowledged surrounding himself with military treatment. He denies historical responsibility for Taylor, but acknowledged inviting Taylor to Ghana, communicating with him about the anti-Dole struggle, using his influence with top intelligence officer of Ghana. He said he don't know about it, but he will play a role in releasing Taylor.
But the man boasted that he played a role in the escape of Taylor from Ghana.
Yeah. The man said he don't know about it.
He admitted that at the Truth and Reconciliation Commission.
Yeah, but that from that era, the man did it when he now. The man he didn't know that. You see what he did. The man went. Remember that he felt the man is weak. He didn't know the man got the potential to undercut him all on the line. And his dogmatic followers wouldn't see the reasonability in this man attack against him. Come on, you don't have to be someone. You don't have to mimic someone. Entire activities. Be yourself. We all individuals went to school. We all did things individually.
Iron Yard dismantle formula sense of infallibility. He dismantle it because formula always thought that he can't go wrong. The guy dismantle it.
But you know, he did listen to We Are 2004. The man attacked We Are for no reason. The man saw God do to respond to him. They went back at it. Then
to him.
Then he say now, he said, Koji asked him. He said We Are, but he said Koji asked him to be We Are vice president. Give me a break. I follow you. I want. I know. We Are asked to be. Yeah. He said that Koji asked him. I said, oh my God. You know, No, but but I'm surprised young guys who still believe.
Formula of political, national security advisor to Eddie, right?
Yeah.
Now, when I listen to Miata formula accusing Ellen Johnson Salih, yes, Miata formula angle. Her brother was national security advisor to Ellen. Ria was not in the government. Now, her brother was contesting in 2017. Ellen said, I have worked with your brother. He's not competent. I will go for Ria. I think that's the angle.
Leave me alone. I see yourself. Oh my God, I won't laugh. But can I you know something? Man, I don't know you're an independent man. You're not moving a four.
Nobody. You see me with political party t-shirt. I don't even wear political party t-shirt. I don't follow nobody. The only political party t-shirt I wore, that soup, that the one I believe in, the Student Unification Party.
But the problem I get your soup begin there, they're not before bar. People soup, when they say something they mean it, but they begin there, they will take it. You do the way
during our time, it was a different thing. We never used to take money from politicians.
Exactly.
We never used to take, we're not singing beyond politicians. Politicians even fear to see us. You got
it. The Sion soup company in government, they are going and get something, then they give up. Go on, through them. But during the days of Mamadou Lavra, Lucio Masale, Gabi and Tapia, you guys imagine, you guys they challenge military government. I'm not can't challenge
I remember in 1989, Mamadou Lavra, he challenged the executive because Doha issued executive order that bans student politics on campus.
Yes.
In fact, I didn't know that when Mamadou Lavra and Student Unification Party issued a press release that the effectiveness of executive order is 1 year. It has elapsed and student politics will resume. And man.
You guys were men.
During that time, it was different time. So,
this time, when issue ultimatum, and that's when they get their money, then decide, then they go away. Come on, man.
I will see you, man. I gotta go do other stuff.
Okay, brother. You gotta put your show now.
You know the string of benefits. Benefits? Benefits? Benefits. Really one thing they try to have you 5% cash back rewards on gas, groceries, and internet. Benefits. Those are what I call benefits.
The program ratio shouldn't wreck your budget. That's why Safeway has fix now, pay later. We'll fix it whenever you want, and you can pay over time. Get it fixed now.
You're the foreign expert tomorrow. You take control again. We go ahead. Everybody's enjoying you. Oh my God, I love that.
The Michigan election, yeah, tomorrow. Ibrahim, yeah.
So who won?
The pool just closed. The race is tight. They just, I think 22% are already. But they got that size in the lead.
Yeah, man. They got the Democratic Party there.
That size in the lead.
Well, for governor, who won the governor's thing?
Governor, the
Jasper Benson.
Yeah.
Yeah. Show me a good governor. They have Gretchen Whitmer. She the present governor, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. So.
Report fevers, stiff muscles, or confusion, which may be life-threatening, or uncontrolled muscle movements, which may not go away.
Yeah, Peter, I think tomorrow you because you're the foreign man. I mean, you bring a lot of perspective to the discourse. So like, you understand it.
Ask about losing weight in the GLP-1. This is easy sliding. It's training.
All right, man. And tomorrow.
Okay.